Mi, mi vida digital es un absoluto desastre. Todas mis cosas de streaming están en sobre exceso de datos, etcétera, porque simplemente nos aventamos streams de 4 horas, 3 veces a la semana y eso no le gusta a ninguna plataforma en línea. Espero este tener un excelente mañana. Feliz viernes para todos. Lo logramos. Llegamos al día más importante de la semana. Oigan, rápidamente quiero preguntarles a todos ustedes que están viendo de fuera o que tal vez están por dentro. ¿Qué está pasando en Estados Unidos? ¿Qué creen que esté haciendo Estados Unidos en este momento? Obviamente hay muchísimas cosas que estamos viviendo, ¿no? Con lo de Doge, con la nueva elección de Trump, lo de la guerra en Ucrania. ¿Qué creen personalmente ustedes, antes de entrar al casino, que está pasando en Estados Unidos? Y les voy a decir bastante, de una manera sencilla, estamos todos viviendo una guerra, pero comercial, gigantesca, gigantesca. Y eso es lo que me llama mucho la atención, que no tanta gente eh, esté completamente, simplemente viendo exactamente eso. Les voy a decir por qué. Todo esto empezó, obviamente, China hace 30 años, se volvió el productor del mundo, comenzó a producir todas las cosas. No sé si se acuerdan, cuando yo estaba chico, todas las cosas decían Made in o Taiwán o Pakistán. Y después empezó a todo ser China. Yo pensé que Pakistán, esto es un chiste que le hago a Farhan todo el tiempo, yo pensé que Pakistán estaba en China cuando era chico. No, obviamente está en Asia, pero no en China. Y yo pensaba que estaba ahí porque era como de, ok, pues si dejaron de hacer las cosas en Pakistán, me imagino que es parte de China y ahora China se lleva todo el crédito. Es lo que yo creía de chiquito. Pero hemos visto al mundo cambiar bastante. ¿Por qué? Porque Estados Unidos se volvió un flojo y dijo, güey, China, tú produce todas mis porquerías baratas, yo voy a dedicarme a hacer cosas grandes como tecnología. Y es lo que nos dedicamos en Estados Unidos. Por eso tuvimos el dot-com bubble, por eso después tuvimos todas estas empresas crecer tanto en Estados Unidos, etcétera. Y son nuestras empresas tecnológicas. Ahora, muchos me van a decir, ok, ¿esto qué tiene que ver con una guerra comercial? Lo que estamos viviendo literalmente y lo que Estados Unidos ha estado haciendo últimamente y que nadie está hablando de es, uno, con el apoyando a Israel o haciendo que Israel haga esto, cualquiera de los dos lados, como lo quieras ver, me da igual. Estamos intentando hacer un corte para también nosotros tener un camino por ahí arriba para competir con la ruta de la seda de China. Con lo de Groenlandia, queremos otro canal donde podemos pasar mercancías más baratas. Con todo lo que es el canal de Panamá, queremos también tomar eso porque China está absolutamente abusando de todas las ventajas que teníamos nosotros, no abusando, pero está, pues, güey, si no la vas a tomar tú, la voy a tomar yo. Y es lo que han hecho. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que estamos viendo? Estamos viendo básicamente todas estas guerritas y tonterías que nadie comprende el por qué. Pero la cosa más fácil que te puedo explicar es esta. Todo el tiempo nos dicen que China y Estados Unidos se van a ir a una guerra en el 2026, 2027, no sé qué año. Siempre está el conflicto con China y China, que China nunca ha empezado una guerra, ¿no? Pero Estados Unidos nos pinta eso. ¿Cuál es la razón de tener un enemigo tan grande en Estados Unidos al que nunca atacamos, que nunca nos ataca? Mínimo en cuanto a proyectiles se refiere, ¿no? ¿Por qué estamos tan apegados con la idea de que China es malvado, de que China va a tomar Taiwán y todo esto? Ahora no estoy diciendo que China no sea malvado, todo el mundo es una mierda, ¿no? Si lo queremos poner así para que no, es que ese güey apoya a China. Me da absolutamente igual. Pero China nunca ha sido bélico en contra nuestra, nunca ha hecho nada de eso, pero en Estados Unidos le vendemos a todo el mundo que esos chinos malditos nos están espiando. ¿Por qué? Porque no podemos decir una cosa sencilla. ¿Están listos para saber qué es esa cosa sencilla? Esa cosa sencilla de la que no podemos saber y la que nos están disfrazando de diferentes cosas es que no podemos decir en fuerte, güey, los teléfonos chinos y su tecnología es mejor que la nuestra. La tecnología de 5G con los satélites chinos es mejor que la nuestra. Güey, la capacidad de producción de China para producir cualquier producto es mejor que la nuestra. Y entonces, ¿qué es lo que hacemos en vez de hacer eso? Lo que hacemos es, uno, imponer sanciones para hacerles la vida más complicada, por ejemplo, con lo de los microchips, etcétera. Pero dos, creamos una narrativa de que los chinos nos van a espiar. Y todo gringo tonto, porque como yo, gringo tonto, al principio, bueno, mínimo todos creen que es cierto, que China nos va a espiar con TikTok, nos va a espiar con sus teléfonos. La realidad y también con lo de los coches. No podemos decir, China puede hacer coches mejores y más baratos que nosotros. No podemos decir nada de eso. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que hacemos? agarramos y decimos, es que China está abusando de todo el mundo, son muy malos y no queremos que estén acá por nuestra seguridad. Pero no es nuestra seguridad. Simplemente no podemos competir. Es así de fácil. No podemos competir. Entonces los hemos bloqueado de todos lados. ¿Qué más está haciendo Estados Unidos? Estados Unidos está reorganizando absolutamente todos sus socios comerciales y sus uniones. ¿Por qué? Ahora con lo de Rusia. Quiere parar la guerra Trump con Ucrania. No sé cuántos de ustedes también se acuerden de cuando esto empezó, el conflicto. En el pasado, cuando estaba Trump a cargo, ¿se acuerdan que habló con el presidente Zelensky y le dijo, güey, te voy a poner un hasta aquí, no puedes hacer nada de lo que estás diciendo, porque desde Obama ya traían el pedo, porque la guerra de Ucrania empezó desde Obama. Nada más simplemente se llamaba diferente y fueron diferentes casos hasta que la declaramos oficialmente con lo de Biden, ¿no? Y eso quiere decir que también a través de Trump estaba. Pero con lo de Trump empezaron e intentaron, cuando Trump estaba en poder, hacer que Zelensky empezara el pleito. Y Trump le puso un hasta aquí. Y de ahí toda la operación, ahora que ya entendemos cómo funciona, mínimo la gente ha estado leyendo de las cosas que nadie creía antes, ya sabemos cómo funciona la propaganda de medios y para quién trabaja. Y esta propaganda de medios lo que hizo fue decir que Trump estaba siendo meado, ¿se acuerdan?, por prostitutas rusas y que los rusos tenían esto en tape y Trump estaba trabajando para Rusia. Y ahora, ¿alguien no entiende lo que pasó? ¿No? Exactamente. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que estamos buscando en este momento? Trump está regresando, quiere poner sus límites con esto. Uno, lo de Gaza, que nos queremos quedar el strip de Gaza, se me hace una gatada, lo peor que podemos hacer en esta historia, pero es literalmente lo que estábamos intentando. Netanyahu sacó su mapita de dónde va a pasar toda la mercancía por ahí junto a Gaza, el sur del Líbano y todas esas cosas que se quieren quedar, básicamente. Es otro de estos ejemplos. Pero en cuanto a Ucrania se refiere y Rusia, y ahora estás viendo que Trump está hablando muy bien de Rusia y mucha gente está, Trump quiere acabar con toda nuestra democracia y quiere darle todo a Rusia. La realidad de eso es que Trump se da cuenta, necesitamos más recursos minerales, nuestras empresas petroleras, que son las mismas, nuestras empresas energéticas que crearon el conflicto o que empujaron ese conflicto con Ucrania para que pasara, para que ellos pudieran cambiar ese gas ruso, Estados Unidos convertirse en el proveedor oficial de absolutamente toda la energía o casi toda la energía en Europa. Y ahora lo que estamos haciendo como Estados Unidos es, oye, Rusia, tú eres chido, tú eres chido. Y tenemos un problema. Queremos más recursos naturales que son absolutamente mega ricos ustedes en eso. También queremos energía. Nuestras petroleras están perdiendo dinero no vendiéndote a ti, no comprándote a ti, vendiendo en otros lados. Y es justamente lo que estamos haciendo, porque Rusia en este momento tiene un trade de más o menos 220 a 300 mil millones de dólares con China, entre Rusia y China. Y Estados Unidos quiere tomar parte de eso para poder tener también los precios del petróleo más baratos, para poder producir más, para tener todos estos materiales que son raros y difíciles de encontrar. Y simplemente lo que estamos haciendo es una reorganización de estas cadenas, de cómo lo estamos haciendo. Y la otra, por ejemplo, lo que estamos haciendo con México. Lo que queremos hacer con México es que México deje de ser un estado. Y esto es, de nuevo, cómo se ve en Estados Unidos, cómo se ve lo que están haciendo. No estoy diciendo que sea el caso, pero lo que quieren dejar es que México sea un estado en medio. Y México se está haciendo lo que Estados Unidos está haciendo a sí mismo. ¿A qué me refiero con esto? México está yéndose a la bancarrota por sí mismo. ¿En qué sentido? Ahora no estoy diciendo esto no tiene nada que ver con presidentes ni nada, ¿ok? Esto tiene que ver con esto. ¿Se acuerdan? Les acabo de enseñar ese video de esta mujer quejándose de que no puede vender jeans en México, pantalones, porque le salen mucho, mucho, mucho más baratos comprarlos en China que hacerlos en México. Mucho más baratos. ¿Y qué es lo que hace el pueblo mexicano? Compra chino. Entonces, el pueblo mexicano, al comprar chino porque es más barato, está oficialmente destruyendo su propia industria. Otro ejemplo, cuando en México, y esto nadie se da cuenta, cuando en México están comprando coches eléctricos chinos, y lo mismo en Europa, los europeos, Dios mío, los europeos, pero en México cuando todos están comprando estos coches chinos, están diciendo, son mejores que los americanos y todo. ¿Qué coches fabrica México? Una de las industrias más grandes que tiene México en producción, ¿cuál es? La de coches gringos, que no están vendiendo. ¿Eso qué quiere decir? Que entonces esas empresas gringas van a sufrir también más porque en México están literalmente abriéndole las patas a China para que venga y se los folle, aunque la gente no, este es un problema muy difícil de resolver, por cierto, en México. Y en mi opinión, lo que Estados Unidos está haciendo es quiere tomar control político, poner a su gente. Ahora mucha gente va a decir, eso no está bien. No importa, o sea, no estoy aquí para decir que está bien, está mal. Simplemente te estoy contando lo que yo creo que está pasando. Y queremos poner a nuestra gente ahí para que esto deje de pasar. Porque si tenemos a México como aliado comercial, de verdad lo usamos, México nos utiliza a nosotros, tendríamos una oportunidad de crecimiento común. Pero si dejamos que China haga lo mismo que en Europa a México, nos jode a nosotros porque nosotros dependemos y nuestra producción depende brutalmente de México. Hasta ahora mínimo depende. ¿Y qué es lo que está buscando Trump? Ahorita, y ahorita los voy a traer, tengo aquí a Farhan y Alex, pero Farhan está intentando comprar un regalo que es un producto americano para que lo manden a México. Y me dice, güey, cuesta en México el doble de lo que cuesta en Estados Unidos. Ese es el problema. Lo que quiere Trump es básicamente decir, si tú me vas a cobrar el doble por este tipo de cosas, yo te voy a cobrar el doble también. Entonces, si quieres que te cobre lo que te estoy cobrando hoy, tienes que bajar esas tarifas tú también. Y es más o menos lo que estamos viendo y es una reorganización de toda la economía alrededor del mundo. Esta es la continuación agresiva de la siguiente parte de lo que vivimos con Biden, porque al principio destruye y después construyes. Es justamente lo que estamos viviendo. Justamente lo que estamos viviendo. Una guerra comercial muy potente que no le quieren decir así. La razón, y de nuevo, porque Estados Unidos no puede admitir que estamos absolutamente perdidos si no cambiamos cómo actuamos en contra de China. Estamos en ese modelo mexicano, si le queremos decir así. Y ahora me refiero a México solo porque conozco México. No sé si pasa en otros lados en Latinoamérica, me imagino que sí, pero México es la parte más cercana y la que conozco y es lo que estoy viendo de cerca. Entonces, se me hace muy interesante todo eso. Quiero que acaben todas las guerras, eso sí quiero. Se me hace una gatada que la gente siga muriendo como por cualquier excusa estúpida comercial en el 2025, pero con eso nos vamos a dejar. Una nota tranquila, no es una guerra potente, de verdad lo que se busca a fin de cuentas, lo que se busca es una reorganización económica en todo el mundo y eso de los diferentes bloques que al principio todo el mundo creía que era una teoría de conspiración, ya nuestros gobiernos lo están admitiendo y lo que simplemente queremos es China, quédate con tu modelo, ya te quedaste con África porque estás dándoles dinero para construir, estás invirtiendo en infraestructura, estás haciendo todo esto en muchísimos lados del mundo, bien, pero déjanos a nosotros quedarnos con este otro lado. Y es básicamente esa pelea que estamos viendo desenvolverse enfrente de nuestros ojos, que va a ser las cosas muy interesantes, muy picantes para futuro y obviamente hay muchos intereses que van a ser doblados y esos intereses al ser doblados van ¿cómo se llama? Van a tener consecuencias porque va a haber gente que no esté de acuerdo, que es parte del establecimiento y gente que pues esté muy a favor, que no es parte todavía del establecimiento y quiere ser parte del establecimiento. Entonces, muy importante saber eso, tenerlo en mente y entender que esto va para largo, no es algo fácil que puedan resolver en 2 días y yo creo que vamos a seguir viendo esto desarrollarse más y más a futuro y cosas más extrañas van a pasar. Y todo esto en el nombre del comercio internacional. Sin más ni más, damas y caballeros, vamos a empezar con este casino del tío Salo y les tengo unas noticiones. Recuerden, siempre hacemos español, inglés, después traducimos a español, pero el día de hoy, para toda esta gente hermosa que quiera, estamos ahora sí que levantando un poco el nivel, damas y caballeros. Aquí en Elite Trading Academy les estamos haciendo un concurso de trading, acaba en 30 días más o menos. El prize pool, o sea, los premios son $60,000 en USDT. Y para toda la gente que quiera participar, que crea que solamente el número uno se va a llevar los $60,000, permítanme decirles que no. El price pool está dividido así, te vas a llevar 40% de esos $60,000 si eres el primero, 30% si eres el segundo, 15% si eres el tercero, 10% si eres el cuarto y 5% si eres el quinto. Y vamos a ver exactamente cómo les va a todos nuestros traders, a ver si como nos dicen, mastica la iguana, damas y caballeros. Así que quieren participar en esto y lo mejor de todo esto, ¿están listos? ¿Están listos? Lo mejor de todo esto que estamos viendo en pantalla, déjenme, voy al exchange, se van a morir. Voy a compartir esto con ustedes. Quiero que vean, no nada más puedes tradear futuros de Bitcoin, de Solana, de todo esto. Te vas a meter en futuros, te vas a poner acá y puedes también hacer Forex, puedes hacer acciones, puedes hacer infraestructura, DeFi, etcétera. Pero solamente como ejemplo, tokenized stocks and commodities, tenemos Apple, AMD, Amazon, oro también, Google, Intel, tenemos Lululemon, Meta, Microsoft, para toda la gente que siempre está diciendo, güey, ¿cómo puedo hacer lo mismo que hacen con cripto? En esto tenemos Oracle, tenemos también Coinbase, el SP 500, tenemos de todo, Walmart por acá, Tesla también para que lo puedan hacer, y todo esto se hace con USDT, es súper fácil de fondear, y obviamente cuando se registran les van a dar 10% una vez que hagan su primer trade en su primer depósito para ese trade. Así que si tienes $100,000 tirados, yo sé que hay mucha gente que va a decir, ¿qué tiene 100,000? Hay muchos de ustedes que tienen $100,000, yo lo sé porque los veo. $100,000 te da $10,000 gratis, carnal, en un trade sencillo. Y puedes hacer cualquier tipo de par que sea muy regular. Hasta Forex puedes hacer que no se mueve, tío. Entonces, una gran recomendación para todos ustedes. Tenemos el enlace en la descripción de abajo. Y sin más ni más, vamos a empezar. Y también, si quieren caer a nuestro Discord, que también es absolutamente gratis, tradear es gratis, pero tienen que usar nuestro enlace aquí abajo para abrir su cuenta, para poder participar en nuestros torneos de trading. Este va a ser el primero de muchos. También están acá en nuestra Discord para toda la gente que quiera caerle por acá, que es absolutamente gratis. Dense una vuelta al Discord, vénganse a conocer a toda la comunidad por acá. Y acá tenemos básicamente todo. El menú está en la izquierda, tienes los análisis de Alex, los análisis de Farhan, tienes el chat general, vente a preguntarle a toda la banda cómo va la cosa, ven a compartir cuánto estás ganando. Uy, bien, 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 ¿cómo vamos? Ahí vamos, ahí vamos. Vengan a poner sus testimoniales si les ha gustado lo que les hemos enseñado, si han aprendido con nosotros. También vengan a ver nuestros enlaces oficiales. Aquí está el de BTCC para que lo puedan seguir seguramente, al igual que aquí abajo. Y ¿qué más había por acá? El criptolingo, que es muy famoso por acá. Por si hay algo que no entienden de lo que estamos hablando, aquí estamos. Así que, sin más ni más, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the two handsome motherfuckers.
Buenos días, muchachos.
Yo, what up,
Buenos
boys?
días. How are you, boys?
Doing pretty well. Had myself 2 cups of coffee today, so I got the energy flowing through my blood.
Oh, good, good. Let's get this rolling, especially now. It's so exciting that we can trade stocks, motherfuckers.
Right. and just to pat myself on the back today, we had a long and a short TP hit on the Academy.
Yeah. I fully took advantage of it. I got out on the first TP because it was like right against my resistance that I always say, if it's hitting the middle of it, I'm fucking out. And I was out. So thank you, boys. I appreciate the gains.
Yes, sir.
Don't talk to Alex like that, Farhan.
I'm fine.
What's wrong with you? There you go. Alex, want to start with Bitcoin? I mean, lots of action today on the charts.
Yeah, I'll definitely start because we do have some interesting developments. So let me make sure my moving averages are on before I start. Nice. So we were talking about yesterday that the EMA 34 in the daily was very important. We were talking about that was kind of what was stopping me from saying we were going to just slingshot straight to 99,300. And that's just simply because of just the correlation on that EMA 34 on each rejection, wick high rejection essentially was kind of caused from that EMA 34. I did mention though, once we got that daily above, that should give us that free move to 99,300. And then there is where we should be very, very cautious. Well, that perfectly occurred. So we've now gotten the rally to 99,300 on Binance. It's 99,600. And now we're kind of waiting and seeing here what's going to happen because, you know, it would be funny to see Max Payne scenario be a nice move up back almost to 100K, fat rejection down. That, in my opinion, would be Max Payne than just pumping up. But we'll have to see. As long as we're under 99,300, Bitcoin has a chance of going down. Now, going down here, it really will, you know, I believe the pullback should be shallow. If we're truly going to see bulls get to work here, we should just want a quick, shallow pullback, in my opinion. You know, that, in my opinion, should take us right around that 97,900 level. I'm watching that 12-hour EMA 100 in confluence with that 12-hour SMA 200, while also looking at this channel here. So it'd make a lot of sense. Rally up, reject resistance. Remember, things don't just go up only, and we've had a pretty impressive move up. So now what we should all be gauging is a higher low being formed somewhere around that 97,900. It's going to be very important for bulls. Let's see here. One thing to note about the 12 hours, we are starting to almost ever so slightly expand on volatility here. This is why it's a tricky spot for me, because again, what would be max pain here? A nice move up, takes all the shorts out, gets all the longs horny for a major rejection down, while this 12-hour churns in favor of bears. That would be, in my opinion, max pain. But until then, as long as we are above 97,900, bears have no legs really to stand on, in my opinion. It's until we start really losing that, then we could start really looking, okay, maybe we do end up going to that 12-hour median. But until then, I'm expecting 97,700 to hold, and therefore I just gave a short out. The short makes sense to me. We know resistance. We know exactly where it's at, and we know exactly what we're going to be wrong. So in my head, trading the lower time frames, it'd make a lot of sense to close this hourly on a deviation. If you look really closely, we did deviate this. And then it'd make a lot of sense to come up, reject, and then come all the way back down, giving us that TP1. And then at that point, it's going to be, like I mentioned, a big decision point for Bitcoin bulls, holding that level, grinding out the higher low, flipping that 12-hour EMA 100 into support, before breaking out towards that $102,000 level. That's why I do think it's worth it, because the risk to reward here is definitely on par with the kind of trades I like to take. At least, I mean, I'm risking here, less than 1%. Yeah, I'm risking less than 1% at the extremity. If we go to the 3-day as well, you would notice that we're actually pressing on that 3-day median. Something to note is we haven't hit this in a while. You can see the rejection on that candle. So I have to be looking at this median as resistance and confluence to my major zone. And if we go and look at the weekly here, the weekly did deviate the zone. And then we've been solidly rejecting first that weekly median, but then also that 99,300. So in my opinion, looking for, a quick scalp trade into today would make a lot of sense to me. And that way, then you're, at least playing the trend, expecting a higher low. And if we really do start losing the zone, well, you have a short up here that you could just simply put to break even. But if we do end up start really breaking above 100,000, I do think we're going to see a really fast move to $102,000 to $103,000. That just would make a lot of sense to me, especially when we know we have a 12-hour volatility set up. But we also know that 5-day median is right at 104,600 mark. So it's kind of far from price, honestly. I think maybe I'll be wrong on this, but I think the weekly median's closer. Yeah, the weekly median's a little closer. I do think that, I would be gauging the weekly over the 5-day just because the median is going to get hit before the 5-day median. And what we know on that 5-day median is it's been a major rejection point. So if we end up breaking above 99,300, holding that zone, breaking above 100K, then to me, it's going to be like the next target will be the weekly median. That's going to be a big, big spot. You're either going to see a harsh rejection there or a major reclaim. And then at that point, we have to start really looking at closer to $120,000, which would most likely mean then that the 5-day setup actually starts to expand here. But we're still brewing a setup with the 12-hour as low as it is, but about to expand. Should be very cautious here and looking very closely, in my opinion. Just at the posturing of this 12-hour close, though, it is in the midst of a breakout. So that's why even if we get this throw back down to that EMA 100, should be looking at that as an opportunity. And that could actually give another short, trade. I mean, a long trade, potentially. So it's going to be pretty crucial today to see if 97,900 holds. Now let's look at the weekly. And this weekly is going to be also interesting, because not just because of the median, but the fact that we're reclaiming that weekly 9. If we start reclaiming that weekly 9, I mean, generally speaking, whenever you're under the weekly 9 and then you reclaim it and hold it, that's generally where you get your expansion. And this just acts as a major trap for bears, while then bulls aren't positioned. But remember, you'll need 3 closures. So not we reclaim it and then we lose it, or we reclaim it, we hold it, and then on the 3rd we lose it. But we reclaim it, we hold it, we continue to hold, and we get expansion from there. That would look really good though. And why that's going to be a big spot is, if we want that weekly volatility to really push us up and really actually have an opportunity to hit $120,000, you're going to need to get back above, specifically first the EMA 9 and then the median. So this week we potentially could be repairing this weekly, reclaiming the EMA 9, which would be a good sign. And then you should be looking at any kind of move down as a bounce zone. As long as we keep holding above the EMA 9 on the weekly, which remember, it has not closed yet, it's going to greatly influence the chances of us breaking above 99.3 and actually going and testing that median. But right now we are at resistance. Bitcoin had a pretty nice rally. We see the daily has developed and really flipped nicely after that EMA 34 reclaim. We talked about that then bleeding into us reclaiming the daily median. So Bitcoin right now really does have the momentum for bulls to break us out, but we don't want to get blindsided on where we're at now, and that is at resistance. And so the Academy does have a short, but this short is just solely based on just where we're at in the chart, the fact that we are at major resistance, and the stop can be very tight, but it's mainly influenced by the 3-day median. So if we are going to see some kind of like max pain scenario, it's going to be from this rejection here, taking us all the way back down below 95.5. To me, it makes sense to even just put a little hedge here. Risk is so small, and if you're right, you could really print here. But remember, that's just an idea. Yeah, I mean, that's it though. Once you really break 99.3, it's not really going to be anything but air. You can just see the last occurrences when we actually broke above 99.3 and held it, we made an all-time high. And then here we broke above it and held it, and we made another all-time high. So that's kind of the situation we're in right now for bulls. Break this and hold it, reclaim that weekly EMA 9, get back above the 3-day median and close dailies above 99.3. And you're going to be really looking like you're at least very minimum going to go to 103, if not actually test these highs again, right around $108,000. So big spot here. You're either going to see a major move up or a major move down, in my opinion, from this point. It's definitely worth paying attention now. Now let's look at Tether dominance, because we still see here we're still holding above this channel. Yes, the daily EMA 9 got lost, which was a slight cause of concern, which is something we were talking about yesterday. And the fact that we lost the median, and we talked about the EMA 21 is going to be the next zone. You can see here bulls have pretty much dumped us down. We were losing this channel. We even got slightly almost hit that EMA 100. And now we're above the daily EMA 21. So with how I'm seeing Tether dominance is this should, in theory, start moving up if this is truly going to be in bulls' favor, meaning we've now back tested that EMA 100. We've hit it now. This is, the second tap. We're now above the EMA 21. We're still holding this channel, and we have a silver cross on the daily. So we'd expect then that EMA 21 to hold us today, telling me that we're probably, if bulls are really going to pump us out of here and not deviate this zone at 4.4%, going to need to start seeing them move us up and specifically get back above the daily 9. Getting back above the daily 9 would give me at least a target of 4.6, but I'm going to most likely be on the camp. We'll go to the 4.69 again. The way this is at, though, is telling me that we're going to see either a move down or up today. And it still should be a move up, just based on the silver cross. The way volatility is now slowly starting to expand, but also the fact that we're flipping this channel into support while the weekly is still expanding on volatility. Now, granted, it's possibly going to reset, but it's still above 15% even now. Well, yeah, I guess it's right there. We'll look at the 5-day. It'll match my bias better, as Farn would say. And we can see the 5-day is still expanding. So, yeah, that's all I really have here. We're still on that 5-day EMA 21 as well, just like on the daily, still basing here. If you're really trying to get that juicy, degenerate 100K move on Bitcoin, you're going to need to see 4.0 get lost here. We can actually lose 4.4 on a daily close. It'll really start looking at least like we're going to go back down to the 4.37, if not all the way down to 4.29. But at that point, if we're under now this channel, we've lost the daily 9. The median has now flipped above price. Hey, you have to really wonder if we're going to come all the way down to these range lows at 4%, which would bode well for bulls. So, even though we have a lot of bullish momentum, the vibes are definitely back. I still think we should be kind of cautious here. That's it. Nothing wrong with that at all. You know exactly where you're wrong, and you know exactly where you're right. And so for that, there's no reason not to be cautious. And even so, you should be gauging for some kind of higher low here. I mean, to make it easy, it would be easy if it just made it at 97,900, but we definitely could still chop in this region. So watch very closely. The Academy short that I still think is wise is the stop is at 100,100. So if we start really breaking this zone, we're wrong. And this will most likely go up to that $103 mark. But if we start rejecting, it's going to be around this zone, and Tether dominance is going to really start bouncing from this region. So we'll have to watch very closely and see how today goes. This is either going to bust up and smoke shorts again, or we're going to actually reject, and that'll be kind of a Max Payne scenario, in my opinion. And I mean, really, even on CME, we're just still in this range here. So now we're almost at the top of the range. There is a slight premium here, though, on CME, so... Ooh, yikes. So Dixie did not hold where we wanted it to. We wanted this daily EMA 100 to get us back above the daily 9. You can just see we totally rejected that. Daily still is in a downtrend, so we formed that lower low. It looks like now if bulls can't get back above the daily EMA 100, the next zone is going to be that 105.80. That has implications for a euro short and risk on. I've been trying to hold out hope that the monthly was going to grind some kind of higher low out around this region, but I definitely could be wrong on that. We were hoping that monthly 5 was going to hold, and we can still see price is still above it, but the fact that we're losing the daily EMA 100 is definitely kind of not a good sign. So now if you are short on the euro, which still am, you're going to want to start seeing this get reclaimed today, ideally. Because what we don't want is this to get lost. We put in that bearish retest, and then we start really breaking down today, going closer to that 105.80 level, which could line up with them Bitcoin breaking out. You're ideally going to want to start seeing bulls get to work here, get back above the daily EMA 100. If we can do that, I do think this will start looking a lot better. Nice SFP right on that EMA 100, but not a good sign if you're under that. I've been pretty vocal about that. If you're bullish and you're trying to short the euro, you're not needing this EMA 100 to get lost. Sorry, I just got a call. Yeah, you're just not going to want that EMA 100 to get lost, which currently it is. So watch very carefully, because on the flip side, this could mean that Dixie potentially could start breaking down. And if we start really losing this region here, next target could be right around where Farn's been talking about, the low 105s. And that does have implications for risk on. So, we're either going to bounce here, get back above the daily EMA 100. In my opinion, the Tether dominance is going to hold above the EMA 21, and Bitcoin is going to reject this zone, or we're just going to break out and the opposite's going to happen. So it's actually kind of easy. If you watch carefully today, this kind of can be pretty simple to me. You really start reclaiming 99.3. It's going to really start looking like we're in the midst of breaking out, and the 12-hour would confirm that. If you start really rejecting here and falling under 97,900, yeah, probably not a good sign. And we're probably going to go back down to like 95.9, in my opinion. But with volatility now expanding from this extreme lows, and with the daily still brewing a setup, and the daily silver cross got invalidated, we're definitely in the midst of screwing bears, in my opinion. So we'll see very carefully. I hope I was able to pinpoint that good. It was all really dependent on that EMA 34 into yesterday, which was going to take us to 99.3. We've now gotten that. So now we need to watch very carefully at 99.3, not degenerately scale longs here yet, but rather once we get a reclaim, it'll be very obvious then to just start scaling longs above 99.3 and actually target closer to the all-time high. makes a lot of sense. Still depends on weighting though. So yeah, that's kind of it. Yeah, I mean, see how the 2-day is looking. 2-day is putting in a pretty impressive candle today, and we have the nice cluster at 90. Where is this cluster at? Let's see here.
It's like 97.
Yeah, it is. Like right at that 97,800, which is interesting.
Yeah, it seems
Yeah,
just
so it's
like
right at
yeah.
so
Just
it's
like
right at that point. Yeah, it's right at that point, actually. I was just making sure. So 97.9, 97.8, no matter how you look at it, it's pretty important. I mean, today you're going to want to see that close above 97.8 or 97.900, call it. That way, then we actually reclaim the EMA 9, the median, get back above, you know, the channel here. But we're going to see this leave a pretty nasty wick today, just in my opinion. But even so, if we, let's say, got the 2-day close here, you would be gauging for a pullback here anyways. So really, it's just going to be dependent on today. You're either going to reclaim 99.3 and we're going to be in bull mode into the weekend and probably go up, or you're going to reject this zone and come down. Very minimum, go to the low 98s. And then at that point, you should be expecting that to hold. If it doesn't, yeah, you're probably going to end up going back down to 95.6. And at that point, a short at 99.3, 99.6 is going to start looking okay. So, you know, that's kind of it. The 2-day was in the process of breaking down. Bulls are trying to recover it. We have a nice hammerhead here. We have expansion. We're at resistance. But currently, the way this is posturing and this is closing today is about to reclaim some pretty major levels on the 2-day. So I hope the 2-day can give you confluence on why that 97.8, 97.9 level is really important. You have the median there. You have the 2-day 9. You have the, you know, EMA 34 right around there. It's going to be important. So that's all I have on Bitcoin. Watch carefully. You're at resistance now. You really shouldn't be opening new longs here until you get a daily closure. And even so, you should be just gauging very carefully, you know, these lower time frame regions, because even here on the 4-hour, you're at the SMA 200. If you start going now to like the 8-hour, you know, you're now possibly going to start reclaiming this zone for the first time. But even so, if you got this 8-hour close, you still would be gauging a pullback down to here, actually solidifying. And it may come just like here. You know, that very well could happen. But I'm still in the camp we're going to get a pullback. So watch 97.9 to like 98,000. Watch a rejection here around 99,300 and 99,600. If we're truly going to be uber bullish, I'd expect this 12-hour EMA 100 to hold. So you can use that as your gauge. And you should be really watching the 12-hour because it is in the midst of breaking out this 12-hour close. So if this does stay above 15% and we start closing above 99.3, yeah, then just close the short and start focusing on longs. But until then, we still have some little bear hopium of this rejecting and coming down. So I'm just going to say that. That's just how it is. But we're very, 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 very close to bears becoming fatherless again and losing a lot of money if they haven't already because of just where Dixie is. It looks like it's about to break down. The fact that Tether dominance is now right at the bottom of the channel, holding that daily EMA 21. And the fact that Bitcoin's, you know, daily silver cross got invalidated, it just could play into the predatory nature of the markets right now for shorts. But, you know, we're still at resistance, so watch very carefully. That's all I got, boys, honestly. Simple.
Right.
Very tight range on Bitcoin, and it could go either which way, in my opinion.
Let's see. There we go.
All right, fillers. Let us switch to the weekly.
Bless us with thy daily hopium, Faran. Bull hopium.
Let me switch to the dollar index. Start with this boomer shit first. Let's go to the monthly. So after this pretty nice move to the upside, we had 1, 2, 3 straight quarterly green candles close over the top 38.2%. No doubt Dixie on the monthly is bullish. Then we had this doji indecision candle. And the definition of follow through is a tick below that wick low. We're getting that. I'm not saying we're reversing trend, but we're very likely putting in a higher low at this point. And anywhere, as long as we're below this 38.2% at 106.58, it's going to make it more and more likely that we're going to tap somewhere around the 21 EMA towards the median. And right now that sits at about 105 towards 104 area. That would just be a nice higher low before we bust back on through towards these previous highs. And I feel like we're not going to stop here at 114s. I feel like we're going to go somewhere around 120. But first, we got to get the higher low. If you look right now, what also is bullish on the monthly is, come on, the jewel is starting to curve back around. It's giving a buy signal, and it's getting above the pink, almost above the yellow. Very close to having the pink cross above the yellow as well. If we were to do a similar time that happened, it was somewhere around, how close was it? A little bit closer. Right there. Let's mark that with the vertical line and see what happened with Dixie. There, and right here as well. And right here, as well as right, where they cross right there. How far apart are they right now? Let me just make sure. It's a little bit closer. That's fair. Let's do one more, just for funsies. This was from open to high, 5%. Pretty respectable on a international currency, if not, or I mean the world reserve currency. 22%. This one was quite massive. This next one. This one from low to high. First, this one wasn't that much, but the next one was pretty massive. This one was about 7%. Even that's pretty big. Especially when you consider people using 500x leverage on this thing. From open to high, 27%. Open to high of about 17.8%. So if we were to take that, do it from somewhere around here, let's do 7% first. 7% would take us to our current highs, right around 114. Let's take around 10%. 10% would be right around 117. And now let's do that 20% number. %20 brings us towards somewhere around 127, near that top 100% range. That's going to be pretty fucking massive if Dixie is trading it in the 120s. I just wonder what the euro would be trading at if Dixie is in the 120s. Probably at like the 80-cent range, maybe even lower. Me and Alex are hitting Florence.
Oh yeah.
Probably go to Bologna and get a couple lampposts for the trip.
That'd be fun.
Although it's not very fun driving around that area in a Lambo, because you got to drive so slow that it's not even worth having the Lambo.
Yeah. Yeah. All the roads in Europe are fucked. I mean, the open roads are amazing, but like the normal ones are terrible.
Try driving an Aventador at 20 miles per hour. You're going to hate your life.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
All right, now we're going to switch to the weekly, but first I want to show you this on the momentum chart. This is where the setup is more on Dixie. I love how the candles look when they're zoomed out like this, although I can't really trade much when they look like this. They just look cool. All right. I've marked off with the vertical line every single time momentum has flipped down on the weekly, and we've lost the critical zone. Right now, momentum was pointed very sharply to the downside. We're losing the critical zone, and we're pointed down below 109.77. So I've marked with a vertical line every single time that we've lost the critical zone and we flip down. And let's mark it with this at this current one too. Lost the critical zone right there. This is the main setup on Dixie right now. And this basically almost every single time has played out. Lost the critical zone right there, got the absolute top. Come on. Why can't I get this? This is about 15% down. Pretty massive, considering that's hundreds of billions of dollars. This one was first down about 5%, bounced up a little bit, bounced up like 3%, and then ultimately dropped 10%. Also quite massive. This one was not much of a drop. Still a drop of about 3.8%. This one was a bit more. I love how I caught every single one of these tops. 12.6%. Come on. 5.3%. 5.8%. How much are we down so far now from when it fired off? Right in that zone, we're currently down only 2.05%. If you were to take the minimum move of 3.5%, brings us right down to that 104s to 105s number. Very interesting. And that's the absolute minimum move. Take the medium move of about 5%, brings you about to 102. If you were to take the higher end move of around 10%, it brings you to 97s. Take the maximum move of 15%. It's at 91. Pretty unlikely that maximum move plays out based off of the monthly trend, but what's more likely is that minimum move plays out somewhere around 104s. And that from the top on Dixie would be a dump of about 5%. And Dixie dumping 5% would have implications on risk assets pumping. Ding!
Bing! Wow, your indicator is getting stronger.
It's gathering all of the Goku's energy. It's like whenever they put those skimmers at the gas station and you swipe your card and you give them your card number instead of buying gas, everyone's giving their energy to Goku, but my indicator is stealing it instead.
Oh no, I just dropped coffee all over myself. Great. Be right back.
Right now, let's add the HPDR as well onto the stochastic momentum setup on the weekly on Dixie. Momentum is breaking into the bearish control zone right now, with volatility flipped up to support it, and the jewels giving a sell signal and losing the bullish control zone. But on the opposite hand, notice how momentum is dropping below all of these lows, with prices making a higher low, giving you possible hidden bullish divergence. What's probably going to happen is this is probably going to dump towards somewhere around this 55 EMA to the 100, around 105 to 104. Put in the next higher low on the monthly, confirm hidden bullish divergence on the weekly, and then probably turbo sends from there. Now let's switch to Bitcoin. Start with the weekly on Bitcoin. Right now, we are still holding that 38.2%, which was our target after multiple rejections of the median. And now we're getting expansion off of 32.8%, 38.2%, and we're above the 5 EMA. With a setup like this, you would have to target the median. Right now, the median is sitting at right around $105,000. This is going to be a very significant area because as long as you're below this $105,000 area, $106,000, you're still within a downtrend. And you're still below these this previous lower high wick. Once you close over this area though, then you can basically front run new all-time highs and pretty significant all-time highs. But until then, you just have a target of somewhere around 102s to 105s. 105.5 is the TP2 on the Academy long run, that median. And then if you switch down towards this one, this is what a lot of my bias is based off right now. This is the 12-hour. Oops. If you look at the 12-hour right now, we have our first close over the median on the 12-hour since basically January of 2025 when we put in our last lower high at right around $106,000. Right now, we have that close over the median. We got to move towards the top 38.2%, which we did project last time around as well. And right now, we are putting in a little bit of a top candle. So we would expect a pullback from here. I would expect it to come down to somewhere around 97.9s to tap this 200 SMA. Perfect tap around here, and then I would expect to find our next higher low and then move to the upside. And the reason why I'm looking for that shallow of a pullback is because if you look at the jewel, let's mark it off with a vertical line. We have the jewel crossing out of the bearish control zone with the pink crossing above the yellow, light blue crossing above everything else, all within the same zone. And now we're crossing into the bullish control zone. So let's mark this with a vertical line. Cross right there. Oops, wrong one. Let's do. This is sort of similar. Not quite, though. This one's pretty good. There. This one's pretty good. Not quite as strong. And this one's pretty good. Also not quite as strong. Keys, do it right here. Right around here. This is one of those very rare events where it switches straight from sell to buy without even going to neutral. That one's great. And let's get one final one. Now let's zoom in on price. We're all the way in March of 2023. You guys remember what happened in March of 2023? When the Silicon Valley Bank was collapsing and they had to make that emergency fund? I remember because I almost got liquidated on that, and that emergency fund saved my ass. We dumped right down to around $19,000 from 30K, and then we got that jewel signal pumped from the open. Oh, fuck. Of about 41.5%. And thank God we did too, because we were at 19.5. My liquidation was sitting at 18.3. Back when I used to have liquidation as stop loss. Not a very fun way to do it. Whomst amongst us hasn't used liquidation as stop loss? 20% to the upside. And that's liquidation on cross leverage, by the way.
And by the way, I don't know who has or hasn't, but I certainly have.
Oh, I have as well. That would be liquidated on cross leverage.
Oh, I'm so mad I closed the short.
8%
But,
to
hey,
the upside.
I just took almost. I mean, I took 820 bucks.
That was easy shit. I will say.
Yeah.
That was easy shit.
We're at 97.9 now.
Yup, TP1 hit on our Academy short like nothing.
Beautiful. We have two short TPs that are hit today and one a long TP hit.
Beautiful.
8% to the upside on this one. So minimum move seems to be 8. The higher end move seems to be around 20. No, 41, my bad. And the medium move is around 20. This one is 37%, very close to that higher end move of 40%. Ooh, this one is huge. Let's see if it's around that 40% number. Oh, this one's a lot higher, 78.6%. %15%. $25. So around that middle number of 20. Let's see this one. 16. Now this one, not as much. Still 15. Wow, similar number that we keep getting. Now if we apply from where we are now, or where we got it now, that would give us from open about 3% to the upside. Not even the absolute smallest move we've seen. Smallest move we've seen is 8%. Apply that 8% to the upside. That brings us exactly around that 105 area that we have to close over to get a move to new all-time highs. If we were to take the medium move of around 15%, brings us to new all-time highs at around $111,000. It's like the middle move of somewhere around 21%. Brings us to that quarterly median of around $118,000. And then let's just take for funsies that 40% number. Very interesting, $135,000. Let's keep that number in the back of our mind at $135,000. That would be if we got that 40% move. And then just for the absolute funsies, let's do if we got that move of 70%. This one is more of a just for lulz. Brings us to about $164,000. Quarterly medians at 169. I mean, not quarterly median. Quarterly bullish divergence target is 169. 5K below that number. The same thing on the quarterly that we've mentioned on the past couple of streams is that as long as we're holding over that previous quarterly close, which is at 93,466, probabilities are by the end of this candle close, which is the end of March, we likely do hit somewhere around this median, which is $118,000. That also ties into February statistics that 78% of February's close green, and then in an odd number year, 100% of them close green. As of right now, statistics are playing out. We got 1 month and 11 days to go. The candle, if you switch to the monthly, the candle is right now it's red. We have about 7 days for these statistics to play out and to close green. If this candle closes green, it would close at over 102,424. Also likely closing us over that median at 102.8. Close over there, you get that move towards 38.2%. Right now, you guys remember that 164,000 number? 38.2% sits at $164,900. So if statistics play out and the relationship holds true, that 100% of February is in an odd year closed green, that would also close us over this median, and that would activate that move towards $164,000. Doesn't really line up anywhere on the quarterly, but I'd be interested to see where this number moves to after this quarterly closure. And the jewel is now curving back around right at this pink and giving us the buy signal. Only time that's ever happened before in history was before we even had the yellow. It was right over here where we curved back around the buy at the pink. Let's mark that with a vertical line. And let's see what we got. $610% to the upside. Not bad. Just a calm 600% move. And so September of 2020 to March of 2020, April of 2021. That's about, what is that? 7 months? 7 months to 6x your money sounds pretty crazy. On literally the biggest cryptocurrencies, not even Ethereum, not even Solana, but Bitcoin.
Is the Bitcoin? Everybody loves it. It's one of the great cryptocurrency. Everyone tells me. How's my Trump coin doing? Oh, well.
Not well.
Well, he cast out already. So he's good.
No, he doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah. It's like, dude, I already pulled $2 billion. You fucking kidding me? I don't care what happens after.
On the 2-week, momentum is currently pointed down with volatility starting to expand. Hopium is we are holding, or not even just hopium, but good news is we are holding this bottom 38.2%, holding it perfectly on this wick low of $93,400, and we're expanding from it. As long as we're holding that area, probabilities are that we go up and hit this median at $120,000. Top 38.2%, about 10K below that 164 number at 154,700. If you notice here, momentum is dropping way below all of these lows here, while price is making a higher low, giving us possible hidden bullish divergence. The way to confirm that is going to be to close over 102,514. Very similar with that median. If you close over that number, activates your hidden bullish divergence, very likely you're going to get a move, probably a pretty quick move as well towards that median at $120,000. Probably going to find some resistance there though. Come on. On the weekly, same setup as the 2-week, where volatility is momentum is pointing down, still technically above the moving average, while volatility is pointed up, but we're dropping way below on our momentum than we did in all of these lows, while making a higher low on price, giving us possible hidden bullish divergence on this one as well. And this divergence, since volatility is also coming from basically 0%, would have 2 targets. First one is that 1057 number. This is the area we very likely find some resistance. And then if you were to get over that area, the divergence would have another target of the top 30.2%, sitting at right around 126. Five-day as well, same thing as the weekly. Momentum is pointed down, volatility is pointed up, giving us possible hidden bullish divergence. And we were holding this bottom 38.2%. As long as you hold that area, you're probably going to hit the median, high probability of around 1076. Two-day right now is rejecting the median, still holding this bottom 38.2%, still over this close of 96,675. As long as you're over that area, probably going to hit the median again, but we want to see where it moves to on this next open in 8.5 hours. Ideally, you want to see it move below price. If it moves below price, then you're very likely going to hold it as a spring towards the top 38.2%. If it moves up, you just get a probability of tapping it again, but you won't know whether you're going to close over it or not. Hopium right now, the jewel is curving around from a sell signal to a neutral and getting out of the bearish control zone. There's a mark with a vertical line when we did that in the past. Got out of the bearish control zone right there. Got out right there. Let's mark it when it was white. There. Right there. It's the most beautiful back testing ever. Believe me, I've seen a lot of back testing. Sometimes people tell me it gets a little boring. But I tell them, grow the fuck up. Open to the high, 11.1%. 8.9%. This one was kind of bigger. Open to the high, 51.5%. 28%. 20%. That was a lot. I love how it perfectly caught the consolidation over here and here before it blew up. 80%. 71%. This one wasn't much. Let's do from the open. 15%, still a respectable amount. 84%. The high end move seems to be around 80%. And this one, 15%, very similar number, rhymes. Let's mark this one off with the vertical line and see how much we are up so far. .1%. Let's take this. Let's take the small side move of around 10%. Brings us right to that top 38.2% at right around $105,700 to $105,900. That would get us over that median, very likely taking us towards new all-time highs around that quarterly median of around $118,000. It's like the middle move of somewhere around 15% to 16%. Gives us very close to that top 61.8% at right around $112,000, $113,000. Middle move somewhere in the 20s, 25%. That'd be around $120,000 to $121,000. Also one of our top 38.2%. And then for funsies, 70%, $164,000. That's basically also one of our top 38.2%. Very, very significant areas. That would and every single time that we've had this setup fire off on the 5-day, we've gotten at the minimum of a 8% move to the upside. We haven't gotten a single one in the past since the bear market that these setups failed, where the jewel breaks into a neutral signal from the sell signal and loses the bearish control zone. Every single time we've gotten a minimum of an 8% move, medium of somewhere around 15 to 20%, and the max move of somewhere around 70 to 80%. Daily right now is resting, rejecting the median and is moving down right now as of this moment. If we do continue to reject this median, especially close below the 9, which is at $97,000, which is why that $96,900 to $97,000 area is going to be very significant. Probably going to get a more extended pullback to this 38.2% at around $95,000, $95,400. Assuming we do close over this area though, especially the median at 98,500, then we're probably going to go up to that 105s area where we find some resistance, and then try again for towards the new all-time highs from there, assuming we don't just massively nuke for 105s. Right now, the jewel on the daily is curving back around once again, giving us buy signal and getting over this what do you call 45% meme line that I have on the jewel. We did break above this bearish control zone all the way back here. So if you mark with the vertical line on the daily breaking out of the bearish control zone with the buy signal, that would be right there. Let's erase this meme line for now.
Ooh,
Should be some pretty fun results.
sorry, I was looking at Rivian. Damn.
Is it going up?
Oy.
Oh no.
Absolutely.
Oh, it's going down.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, sir. Yeah.
Well, those earnings were yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Was
I
Bybit?
guess it's bad.
Let me see.
Say it again.
I think Bybit was hacked. Just if anyone's on Bybit.
Oh boy.
That's not
It
good.
used to be the world's second biggest exchange.
That's gonna dump markets. I promise you
I
that.
mean, you were the Bybit's #1 fucking ambassador.
Mm-hmm.
Yikes. Yeah, that's probably gonna nuke markets. That's true.
Although I don't know if that was a good thing or a bad thing, because I was wearing their hoodie while I was getting blacked out in the streets of Tokyo.
That's good.
I remember that. It made a good pillow for when you had to sleep on the street.
Yeah. But funny enough, I've kind of gotten off the alcohol train.
Uh-huh.
Well, we'll see.
For now.
I like that your girlfriend makes you a better
Making me
person.
more
Let's just go
of
with
an
that.
adult.
Oh yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, we were pretty degenerate before that, I will just say.
Oh yes. There's been several times where I've gotten the silent treatment for a good amount of time because I got a little too drunk. 20.8% to the upside. Open to the high. 11%. That's quite big. $74%. This is the daily. Another 77%. So far, 11% is the minimum move. Another 11%. It likes to rhyme. %. This one, not much. 7%. So now 7% is the minimum move.
Disgusting.
Absolutely trash. I kind of want to vomit in my mouth after seeing only 7%. 88% goes along with the higher end move of around 80%. Oops. 13%, right around that 11% number. Now let's apply the minimum move of 7% from here. Come on, 7% brings us right around $104,000. The median move of around 20%. Come on. Around $116,000. And then for funsies. Around 100 with 70%. Fuck. I need to zoom out. 70% is $164,000. Very interesting. Same number once again, from a completely different time frame setup. And we still have that that jewel setup, which is once again worked out every single time. As of right now, from this entire backtesting has a 100% hit rate. Have yet to find one that has failed. The minimum move of 7%, sure, not that much, kind of nothing for Bitcoin, but still 7% move to the upside, which would take us to a very significant high 104s, low 105s area. Right now, the time frame that is starting to lean bearish is the 4-hour, especially because you're putting in a pretty nasty bearish engulfing candle, and you're losing the top 38.2%. What's likely to happen if you close below this $98,550 area in the next 12 minutes? We're very likely going to continue. We want to see where this median moves to. Probably going to move up, and then we want to see another retest of that median. Right now, it's sitting at $97,500. I'd really like to see it move somewhere around like 97.9s, maybe somewhere a little bit higher. Then I would look for that median, maybe a little bit lower towards the 96.9 area to be our next area of support, assuming we close below this top 38.2%. If we do, then we're going to get that pullback to somewhere around 96.9, maybe 97.5, and then that's going to be your next entry point to continue this for that daily Joule setup and the 12-hour Joule setup to continue to play out. Ding! Quarterly, once again, still has that active hidden bullish divergence, which is going to be active on this closure above $58,890. And the implied target would be the critical zone, which is right now at $169,000. Monthly has possible bearish divergence. Still just an idea as long as we're closing above $89,224. Close below there, 100% hit rate of bearish divergence on the monthly of ending the cycle, and then we're in a bear market. 2-week as well, possible bearish divergence, not confirmed as long as we're closing above $91,334. Close below there, you're going to get a pretty significant dump towards the 21, around $80,000, which will bleed into the monthly, bleeding into the quarterly, all having possible bearish divergence. Weekly is now putting in possible hidden bullish divergence after dropping below all of these lows, with price making a higher low. It's confirmed with a close over $98,852, and that weekly hidden bullish divergence very likely takes you to new all-time highs. That, because especially when we're coming from 3 periods of 0% volatility, we could easily target somewhere around the critical zone that right now is sitting at $154,900. Even the minimum move of going towards the simple moving average is at significant new all-time highs at 138. Five-day has confirmed bearish divergence, but we have hit the easy target of tapping somewhere around the edge of the bearish control zone and going to the 21 EMA. Continuation of that bearish divergence is going to be closing 5-day below 93,407. Then you'd likely go somewhere around $80,000. But at the same time, on the opposite hand, we are putting in possible hidden bullish divergence by dropping below all of these lows while price is making a higher low. And since we're currently within an uptrend, the hidden divergence is going to be a lot more effective than the regular bearish divergence. That hidden bullish divergence will confirm with a candle close over $100,200. That'll give us a minimum move of tapping the bullish control zone, which right now that sits at current all-time highs, a little bit slightly above at $110,000. The next move from there, which is pretty likely coming from 3 periods of 0% volatility, especially since we have that 5-day volatility set up, is going to be the critical zone, which right now the critical zone sits at $155,740. This close is 92,578. This close is 95, a higher low than this low here, but RSI went lower, giving you another drive of possible hidden bullish divergence. That'd be 1, 2, 3, 4 drives of hidden bullish divergence if confirmed. You'd have to close above, what is this number, 100,200 to confirm it, and that very likely takes you to somewhere around the critical zone, which right now is at $138,000. Same number again. 2-day right now is about to put in another drive of hidden bullish divergence. This is already starting to populate on this RSI. And it will confirm as long as you close above, let's zoom out, zoom in, about $96,919. Oh, very very important number of 96.9. If we do continue to get a pullback on the 4-hour, and that confirms it's confirming within a bearish control zone, very likely with volatility expanding, taking us at a minimum to the bullish control zone. That right now sits at $114,000 at new all-time highs. The critical zone sits at $149,700. So very close to $150,000. We got 8 hours for bulls to keep price above 96.9, and this hidden bullish divergence will confirm. And how many drives will this be? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 drives of hidden bullish divergence. Pretty powerful, if I do say so myself. Daily. Zoom in. Lower low. No. No possible bearish divergence. Ding!
Bing,
Kabling!
ding. Fucking losing our minds over here.
On the quarterly right now, volatility is expanding from the lowest level it's ever been at, and momentum is breaking into the critical zone. On this next projection, it's projected to break within the critical zone, and it's going to be pointed up as long as you're above $60,600. I had to do a little asking about that, by the way, because I wasn't quite sure. I was like, yo, Kron, what does this dot mean? And then said it in the nicest way of possible, so saying that I'm a lobotomized moron. He goes, that's where the projection is. He has a way with words.
He is a master at it.
Insulting you while you don't even realize you're being insulted.
God bless him.
Right now on the quarterly, based off of this fib that I've drawn, we went right towards this 161.8%, and we are basing around it right now. And as long as we're basing around that 161.8%, probabilities are we go towards the 261, which is right now around just above that $112,000 target at $113,000. Monthly is just on the edge of giving us another monthly volatility setup. Last time we got one was off of our beautiful United States setup in October and November of 2023. And what also goes along with the same thing as we had back then is momentum is flipping back around at the edge of the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed up above $92,750, which now we're quite a bit. It's not that much considering how high we are. It's not even 10% over. And if you notice, the only monthly DMI is still pretty strongly to the upside. The only time monthly DMI is ever flipped red is in the bear market right here. If you notice in the 2017 bear market, we never flipped our monthly DMI red. It went very close, but ended up staying green. What made it flip red here? June of 2022. What happened in June of 2022? Anyone remember?
Luna collapsed. Bear market.
Luna collapsed in June of 2022. That's what made the monthly DMI flip red. We had no Luna in 2017, 2018 rally. And then it slightly flipped red for like 2 periods here off of the 2014 cycle when price dumped from about $1,200 towards $200. Holy shit. Imagine getting the opportunity to buy $230 Bitcoin. But that was back when people were still using it to buy weed online.
Man, what a bummer.
I tried that. I tried that like 3 times, and each time my money got stolen. Just never got anything.
Sorry to hear that, man.
I was like, wow, $150 for an ounce of indoor high quality stuff? Sign me up. Here's your money in Tether. Or not Tether, Bitcoin.
Yeah. Oh man, what a bummer. What a fucking bummer.
But although that was kind of my fault because that was after Silk Road had already been taken down. So on the 2-week, we are getting volatility contraction with momentum pointed down. kind of a bullish setup, and we were also getting that along with us consolidating right at this 161.8%. So whenever this momentum does reach the edge of this bullish control zone, very likely this pivot does drop, considering we're getting momentum dropping down with volatility dropping down, and we're hanging right around this key 161.8% area, around 88 or $89,000. Once that does flip up, that's going to give us, since we got a lower low than this low here, but a higher low on the momentum, that's going to give us a bullish divergence. Or if you get a 2-week bullish divergence, it's very likely, especially since you're getting it at the 161.8%, that'll take you to the 261, which is right now at $113,000. 2-week right now is giving us on the verge of a United States setup or a space laser setup. Last time the setup fired off was during the election. Right now we're getting on the verge of getting the setup. The moving average is just about to drop down to 0%, sitting at 10% right now. As of right now, momentum is pointed to the downside, and it's going to be pointed down below 105,450. And if you notice down, this next projection is going to be right at the edge of the bullish control zone. That's where we're going to have to see what the pivot goes down to, goes up to, or goes down to. If the pivot stays the same whenever we get to this area, very likely we're going to get a breakdown. If it goes down, that's going to basically confirm for us that we're going to get a nice breakout to new all-time highs. As of right now, it is pointed down, but we don't have the setup yet. So it's still in more of a bullish posturing with this momentum pivot while volatility is contracting. It's going to be bearish only if we get to the edge of the bullish control zone and this doesn't change. It is likely that it does change based off of that fact that we're still consolidating around that 161.8%.
And your bias.
Exactly. That's more important. 5 days, well, has that set up from 3 periods of 0% volatility. Right now, we are just about to tap the edge of the bearish control zone right around here, which is our projection. On this next open, we're going to be at the edge of the bearish control zone. That's also just like the weekly of the edge of the bullish control zone where we want to see the pivot move. If it doesn't move in that area, then it's bearish. As of right now, it is likely going to move in that area. Then if you go down to the 2-day, we're just on the verge of a volatility setup. We've just dropped below the 15%. Now momentum is flipping up. It's rejecting the bearish control zone, and it's going to be flipped up as long as we're above $95,670. And that did move down, by the way. And on the daily, good. More on the bullish opium that it moved down. Yeah. We have many periods of 0% volatility on the daily, where it's just now starting to get over the moving average, slightly over the moving average, and momentum is starting to click back up on the daily, rejecting the bearish control zone, and is pointed up above $96,310. Daily is now once again starting to contract on volatility, and momentum is pointing down as long as we're, 4 hour, I bet, as long as momentum is below $99,300, which plays into the idea of getting a short-term pullback to somewhere around 96.9 to 97.5, and then that being our next higher low, and then bouncing, going from there towards the 102s to 105s area. And right now, momentum is projected to break out of the critical zone right towards the bullish control zone. This probably takes somewhere around maybe four more candles to play out before this makes its way somewhere towards the edge of the bullish control zone, 3 to 4, and that's where it likely finds its next higher low, somewhere around that 96.9 to 97.5 area. And that very likely does play out maybe today, tomorrow at the latest. For now, on the higher time frames, like the quarterly, the monthly, it's still pretty considerably bullish. Quarterly is pointed up as long as we're above $60,600. Volatility is expanding from the lowest level ever. Monthly is pointed up above 92.7. We have possible bearish divergence, however, in the monthly. We have it possible on the quarterly as well. A little bit easier to confirm it with monthly. On the quarterly, you would confirm it with a close below 58,890. On the monthly, it would be with a close below 89,224. If you would get that monthly bearish divergence confirmed, 100% hit rate that marks the start of the bear market. On the 2-week, we have possible bearish divergence as well. 2-week would confirm with a close below 91.3. A little bit easier to confirm than the monthly. But on the opposite hand, 2-week is building possible hidden bullish divergence. And if you close over 102.520 or 102.515 to be exact, that would confirm your 2-week hidden bullish divergence along with that United States setup, many periods with 0% volatility. That's likely taking you at a minimum of 120s, more in a higher target of somewhere around the 160s. 2-week, however, is getting volatility contraction right now, and momentum is pointed down. And on the weekly, momentum is pointed down with volatility contraction. But if you start shifting down lower time frames, the 2-day is now starting to pick back up. We're on the verge of getting a volatility setup. The daily is now starting to pick back up too. All is starting to look like the next macro low is in, and we're probably going to get a move to somewhere around 102s to 105s. That's going to be the major area where if we break above those areas, then we're almost certainly going to new all-time highs. Right now on the 4-hour though, momentum is starting to flip down with volatility flipping down, telling us we're very likely going to get a pullback to somewhere on the edge of the bullish control zone, which likely lines up somewhere around 96.9s to maybe low to mid 97s. From there, we'd be looking for our next higher low. So if you have not taken the Academy long, might want to consider somewhere around that 96.9 to 97s area. And if we continue to hold the area, our next target is somewhere around 105.5, which is the Academy long TP2.
I'd even dare to say at 96, 500, because I've been noticing that your pivot points in certain time frames normally get visited by price. When you're like, oh yeah, to flip momentum, it's got to go to 20. Like right now, the example is 96, 500 or 400, whatever. I would say that that's where I would be looking for an opportunity. Seems like that'd be
the more like analytical area, but I'd prefer to front run it by like maybe a few $100.
Yeah, always. You have to, because then you can be left out.
I hate that shit so much. It happened on our Academy long in the 94s, front ran us, or 93s, front ran us by $100.
I know, I saw motherfucking shit. All righty, we got next HHH, which I have no idea what it is, and Celsius.
I'll do Celsius. It's the energy drinks, right?
Yeah.
You said
they taste like shit.
HHH?
Triple H.
Cool.
Oh, like
sounds like
the
a boxer. Yeah.
Howard Hughes.
There was a picture posted from the White House of all of the wrestling guys, Vince McMahon and Triple H and their entire family at the White House. And then they had a picture of Trump doing a body slam on McMahon, Vince McMahon.
Oh.
Because Trump used to be in the WWE.
Yeah, I've seen that.
The only president to ever be body slammed.
I love that adds to his medals of honor. Like he's the only president that's been body slammed ever.
Biden would probably die if he got body slammed.
Oh my God. If the wind hits him the wrong way, he'll die. All righty. I'll get this going while we prep the next ones. Thank you, boys. That was great.
With the next epic celebrity boxing matches, forget Jake Paul, forget Logan Paul. It would be the most grossing boxing event of grossing as in money, revenue bringing event of all time to have Obama box Trump.
Oh, that would be phenomenal. Although Trump is very old.
Yeah, he's gonna lose, but it would draw a lot of money.
Yeah, it would. You're right. Ok, estamos viendo Bitcoin y pues felicidades a todos los que entraron en el long, en lo que estábamos por acá, digo en el short, y ayer estuvimos en la academia en vivo justamente donde, es por eso que hay un desconecte. Ayer estaba en vivo pero exclusivo por acá en la academia y dimos un long tal cual ahí, pegó perfecto, luego dimos un short hoy en este en vivo, pegó perfecto y ahí vamos. O sea, hoy ya tengo una lanita extra en mi bolsa, unos $1,000 solamente de 2 trades buenísimos, poco riesgo, y de eso se trata este juego. Para empezar, vamos a ver a Bitcoin, pero estamos en un poco de lo mismo. Estamos viendo un poco de lo mismo que siempre les decimos, simplemente analizando dónde puede haber buenas posibilidades, ¿no? Lo que siempre decimos y lo que les he dicho 1,000,000 de veces. Estás en este rango. Cuando llega el precio por acá, tienes que buscar puntos pivotes, etcétera, para ver qué hacer. ¿Por qué? Porque yo voy a entrar en un long acá, pero lo voy a, y mucha gente tomará profit 1 y tomará profit 2 acá. Yo voy a cerrarlos cada que toque algún punto de donde sé que hay mucha resistencia. Esta línea acá, en 99,900, es una resistencia que parece literalmente una puerta blindada y le cuesta muchísimo trabajo a Bitcoin pasarla. Entonces, una gran recomendación por encima de alcistas, por abajo de bajistas. Empecemos con el análisis bien detallado de esto. Vamos a la de 3 meses, vamos a la trimestral. Ya saben que nos encanta ver exactamente cómo vamos. Bueno, si estamos analizando esto tal cual en un gráfico trimestral, podemos ver que seguimos en una postura muy alcista, creando altos más altos, bajos más altos, bajos más altos hasta acá. Además de que la volatilidad nos está acompañando en esta subidón. Entonces, por ahora venimos del punto más bajo de la volatilidad, expandiendo por encima del promedio. Este es nuestro indicador de volatilidad que se llama BBWP. Nuestra volatilidad es la línea de colores y nuestro promedio es la línea blanca. Expandir encima de la volatilidad es justamente la primera línea que puedes ver acá. Y esto nos dio una expansión, y ahorita lo van a ver, es justo acá, a la alza. Y es lo que sigue apoyando el movimiento. Quiero que quede claro que la volatilidad puede cambiar de dirección, o sea, puede seguir apuntando para arriba en lo que el precio cambia. Nunca, no crean que es totalmente garantizado que una vez que agarraste volatilidad ya sí y el precio sigue verde, siempre va a quedarse verde. No, puede cambiar, para que sepan. Normalmente le gusta resetear antes de cambiar, pero hay veces que cambia en la misma subida de volatilidad. Con eso dicho, podemos ver que estamos muy por encima de nuestro promedio del 9 y nosotros consideramos que en un gráfico trimestral, estando por encima de nuestro promedio del 5, que lo estamos, que está en 77,900, consideramos que estamos en una tendencia alcista. Así que sin lugar a dudas, ahí estamos. Vamos a la mensual. Mensual en Bitcoin, un poco de lo mismo. Estamos por encima del promedio del 9, que es lo que nos importa. Está en 82,680 en este momento. Déjame pongo el 5 rápido para ver algo. 91,547. Atención. Esta zona donde tienes tu promedio del 5 va a ser exactamente donde pintes una divergencia bajista si llegas a cerrar por debajo de. Eso quiere decir que un cierre por debajo de este listoncito verde que es representante del promedio del 5, EMA5, un cierre mensual por debajo de acá nos daría una divergencia bajista, punto pivote de volatilidad de momentum cambia, y eso nos diría que creaste una divergencia bajista y cada ciclo de Bitcoin acaba en una divergencia bajista, estilo esta. Así que es muy importante en 7 días, 8 horas, no cerrar por debajo del 91,500 y luego ver a dónde se mueven esos puntos pivotes en nuestros gráficos. Puta madre, la comezón en los ojos. Sobre todo viéndolo así, también puedes ver que el promedio del 5 está justo donde la media. Perdemos la media en el HPDR, en lo que la volatilidad está contrayendo, y esto no va a pintar nada bien. Iríamos a visitar la zona, la parte baja de la zona azul, y eso está en $68,247, que coincide con mi línea meme por acá en los $69,000, que fue el alto más alto que había logrado antes, en el pasado, exactamente. Y con eso muy probablemente daríamos fin al ciclo local, ¿no? No es el fin del precio de Bitcoin yéndose al pito, pero atentos. Ahora, cualquier cosa por encima de los 99,900, como es lo que les he estado enseñando en mi otro gráfico, va a darnos una gran probabilidad de ir a testear altos históricos. Pero por ahora, lo que nos importa es poder aguantar esta zona. Vamos a la de 2 semanas. 2 semanas estamos justamente en la parte baja de la zona azul. Queremos aguantar los 92,600, 92,229. De poder aguantar esta zona, vamos a ver exactamente en dónde reinicia esto en 9 días y 8 horas. Y eso nos daría, bueno, tenemos 9 días y 8 horas básicamente para ir a los 111, que es un máximo histórico, o quedarnos atorados aquí en la parte baja. Y de ahí tendríamos que ver a dónde va. Pero tu probabilidad alta de este rebote te llevaría a los 111,000 si todo se está dando de acuerdo al plan. Acá en la semanal también estás en la parte baja de la zona azul. Estamos cotizando en $98,000 con 19 centavos. La parte baja de la zona azul está en 96,743. 93,686. Definitivamente nos gustaría poder cerrar esta semanal en 2 días y 8 horas por encima de los 93,680. De no poder aguantar esto, siguiente objetivo va a ser tu promedio del 21 en 89 y eso nos empezaría a decir que todo valió Mauser. Ahora, nuestra volatilidad sigue contrayendo y continúa en niveles nulos, 0 en la semanal. En la de 2 semanas no teníamos nada más que contracción. En la semanal continúa creando este setup muy al estilo de Hamas o Nagasaki, que ahora hemos cambiado los nombres al setup de Estados Unidos para el alcista y setup de los láseres espaciales para el bajista. 5 días, mismo setup de volatilidad, donde volatilidad nula por debajo del promedio y estamos buscando expansión por arriba del 15%, que es encima de esta línea verde. Una vez que tengamos eso, nos va a decir y veamos la dirección de las velas, nos va a dar una mejor idea. Por ahora, definitivamente, y muy importante para el precio, poder aguantar los 98,200. De perder los 98,200, que es la parte, el promedio del 9 y aparte también el promedio del, no, es el promedio del 9. Vas a ir a visitar muy probablemente el promedio del 21 en los 94,777 y de no aguantar otra vez tienes esta zona de los 89,000, que eso se vería bastante mal, pero daría una gran oportunidad para el último long usando esta vela como tu invalidación. Uno de esos setups que me fascinan, como el de hoy básicamente. Eso es en la de 5 días, ya analizamos volatilidad, sí. Vamos a la diaria. En la diaria pueden ver justamente en dónde estamos. Estamos justamente por encima de la media, intentando aguantar o perderla, es 98,280, es donde está tu media. De llegar a perder esta media y perder hasta abajo el 97,187, vas a tener una gran alta probabilidad de irte a los 95,454. De no aguantar, vas a ir a donde tienes tu promedio del 100 en los 94,000, en los 94,080. Esta también sería una gran oportunidad para buscar un rebote porque tienes esta rápida invalidación por acá, si es que se llega a dar. Pero, puesto sencillo y correcto, vamos a eliminar esto para todos ustedes. En todos los gráficos, en todas las temporalidades, básicamente ya tuviste el breakout acá, ¿no? Ahora lo que tendrías es el retesteo de aquí abajo. Lo que están viendo en todas estas temporalidades básicamente es lo mismo. El mismo chopeo que hemos tenido desde noviembre del 2024 hasta ahora, 3 meses. Por encima del 99,900, nos vamos muy probablemente a altos históricos o mínimo retestar esta línea en los 106,390. De perder esta zona, vas a tener una gran probabilidad de los 92,000 y en los 92,000 si no aguanta y tienes el cierre mensual abajo de los 92,000, esto se ve muy bajista. Por ahora tenemos, ahora sí que estamos todos divididos en esto, porque en diferentes temporadas se ven muy diferentes los puntos pivotes, dónde está el momentum, etcétera. En la mensual tenemos la posible divergencia bajista abajo de los 92,500, que es básicamente esta línea. Un cierre por debajo de los 92,500 en la mensual en 7 días o 8 días, lo que sea, va a ser absolutamente devastadora para Bitcoin. En la de 2 semanas tienes una posible divergencia en la semanal tienes una posible divergencia alcista, pero en la de 2 semanas momentum también está apuntando para abajo junto con volatilidad. Y en los tiempos más cortos empezamos a ver la fuerza que estás viendo justamente cuando el precio revienta a través de todos estos EMAs, promedios, etcétera. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que estamos esperando? Sencillo. 2 sopas. Un posible rebote oportuno entre la zona del 97,290 hasta los 96,500, encontrar ahí un buen rebote a la alza y de fallar esa zona, estamos hablando de los 94,000, sería lo siguiente. Es bastante sencillo. Una vez más, está rangueando acá. ¿Y qué es lo que hacemos en esta zona de rangueo? Si hacemos un long, compramos, vendemos. Si hacemos un corto, compramos, vendemos. Siempre, siempre, siempre en zonas de rango es la cosa más fácil que puedas hacer. Este es un mundo hecho para ustedes, los traders. Vamos rápido a ver DXY, que estaba enseñando un poco de debilidad, pero está recuperando el promedio del 100 en este momento. Y además, también vale la pena, creo que vale la pena poner esto en frente de todos ustedes, donde el DXY se ha movido en este canal, ¿no? Es el dólar, obviamente, el índice del dólar. Se ha movido en este canal desde el 2008 y lo ha respetado bastante. Desde la parte alta a la parte baja y también la media. Lo pueden ver una vez que pierdes la media, caídas fuertes. Una vez que ganas la media, pompazos a la alza. Y en este momento estamos justamente en el dólar rebotando en esa media deliciosa que están viendo acá, encima del promedio del 21 en la semanal y siendo rechazados por el 9. Si eres bajista en el dólar y crees que va a bajar más y se va a ir a la zona de los 103, etcétera, eso sería alcista para Bitcoin. Si esto llega a rebotar justamente donde está, recuperar el promedio del 9 en los 107,510, va a ser bajista para el mercado y es importante tenerlo en mente. Al igual que la dominancia de Tether, vamos a verla rápidamente para que vean. Tenemos el rechazo de por acá arriba en el 4,96%, pero no se ha perdido la estructura alcista que lleva la dominancia de Tether. Y esta estructura alcista que lleva la dominancia de Tether en la diaria necesita crear un mínimo más bajo, abajo el 4,37%. De ahí llevarte el 4,20% a la baja. De no poder hacer esto, simplemente estás creando un alto más alto, un bajo más alto, y de ahí vas a ir a buscar un alto más alto, que es lo que le sigue un bajo más alto. En la diaria en Tether estamos justamente en ese periodo de indecisión entre el promedio del 9 y el 21, y aparte tenemos un gran doji. Entonces, siempre y cuando, porque pueden ver acá cómo la tendencia es básicamente alcista, ¿no? Por el ángulo de la línea meme y también va acompañado del promedio del 100. Siempre y cuando no podamos romper esto a la baja en USDT en los 4.39, vamos a tener preferencia alcista de esto y eso sería bajista en Bitcoin. Pero Bitcoin ya está rebotando 98,500, así que vamos a ver dónde está la oportunidad. Puede que se haya dado ya en los 97,200 o puede que lleguemos hasta los 96,500, que es el punto pivote, me parece que es el de las dos, el semanal o el de las 2 semanas, para que Momentum se dé la vuelta al otro lado. Así que atentos con estos movimientos. Y de nuevo, solamente quiero recordarles a todos ustedes, estamos teniendo para nuestra comunidad que se registra con el enlace que les ponemos aquí en la parte de abajo del video o en nuestro Discord, la oportunidad de venir a hacer a tradear con nosotros en nuestro torneo. Estamos regalando $60,000 en USDT para los ganadores y ahorita les voy a enseñar cómo se reparte. Y también si te registras te van a dar un bono de 10% hasta $100,000, por eso el límite son 10,055 de dinero gratis. Eso quiere decir tienes $100,000, metes esto, haces un trade sencillo y te dan $10,000 gratis que puedes sacar del exchange. ¿Y cómo vamos a dividir estos deliciosos premios? Bastante sencillo, 40% de los 60,000 se van al primer lugar, 30% de los 60,000 se van al segundo lugar, 15% de los 60,000 se van al tercero, 10%, esos son $6,000 en USDT, el cuarto, y 5%, $3,000 para el quinto lugar. Así que hay bastante por acá y además vamos a estar trabajando con los ganadores en otras formas que anunciaremos después para que sea divertido, pero sin más ni más, nos vamos a HHH y Celsius, damas y caballeros, para que podamos darle. Y también para todos los que quieren acompañarnos gratuitamente en la Lead Trading Academy, dense una vuelta a nuestro Discord. Aquí lo tienen, está en pantalla. Ya saben que aquí arriba tenemos ese Lead Trading Academy. Tienes los chats, los análisis de Alex, los análisis de Farhan, el chat general. Tienes los P&Ls que debería yo aquí de meter la mía. Vean, estamos ganando rico el día de hoy todos en la comunidad. Felicidades, perros. Qué gusto. También puedes venir a recargarte el chat general donde está donde toda la gente está platicando en este momento del hackeo de Bybit. Y pues vengan a dar una vuelta si gustan aprender un poco de trading. También si quieren tradear con nosotros, esto se los voy a poner acá última vez. En Tutos, este fin de semana, para el lunes, van a tener acá cómo tradear en BTCC. ¿Ok? Pero por ahora también tienes el cómo funciona Bluffing. Básicamente todos los exchanges funcionan igual. Pueden ver acá exactamente cómo funciona. Hay un video de 5 minutos para que estén al tanto. Pero en fin, let's go, boys. What's next?
Triple H.
What's Triple H? Howard Hughes Holdings.
Real estate development.
Yeah.
Triple H reminds me of that Stuck It thing from the 1990s. Where they used to point at their groin.
You
remember that
suck
face?
it? Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Suck it.
Yeah.
It's before your time, sir.
Dude, I had a friend that got absolutely expelled from school permanently after doing it several times to teachers. He would get out in front of the classroom and go to the teacher, suck it. And everyone was like, you need to stop that. You need to stop that. And he just kept doing it until they were like, all right, you need to leave the school. And he never came back.
I used to do that shit all the time in the second grade. Did I ever mention that I repeated the second grade? Might be related.
Anyways, yeah. let's see here. I mean, off the bat, what I can say about Triple H is this. We have a 2-month silver cross, which has never occurred on this chart. So, and this is happened years ago. But still, that the fact that we've rallied up to that EMA 55 is definitely telling me the silver cross is getting weaker. But it's still there. So, it's kind of like you are supposed to reject off the EMA 9 on a silver cross if it's strong. If it gets weak, you test the EMA, 21. And then if it's super weak, you go to the 55, and that's where you have to really run the risk or ask yourself if this is going to uncross, which would first be done with the 9 crossing the 21. But we still see, it's still in that bear posturing. The hopium now is that we had a nice trend shift, I believe. We were consistently making lower highs with lower lows, as seen here. But then this is where it started to really shift. When we started to get a divergence here in price where, it seemed to me like we were making higher low posturing. And so the objective was to break these wick highs. We did that. So we got the higher high. Now we're getting a pullback on a monthly time frame. And I will say this monthly isn't looking the best, but we still should be gauging a monthly higher low, in my opinion. Now, that monthly higher low, it ideally was going to come wherever that monthly 9 was, but you can now see price open below that. We're now in the midst of just rejecting that currently, the EMA 9. So now what we have to do is look a little lower. And if, let's say, $74 doesn't hold, specifically on a daily, $74 on a daily is very important. If this doesn't hold, it's most likely then going to put us all the way back around $69, a perfect number. But until then, we see here that, the daily has SFP'd, and no, it did not. My apologies. I thought it got reclaimed here, but it didn't. Possibly today, though, it might. So you're going to have to watch that carefully. If remember, the daily can reclaim $74. To me, then it'll look like we're at least going to go and test the 9. That's just going to be a big decision point. I mean, we saw the rejection here. If we get back above support, the next logical place is the daily EMA 9. Getting back above that could really start at least making it look like this is some kind of major bottom, and then that could play into maybe the monthly finding some higher low around here. But that is kind of the objective for bulls, is just to find the next higher low. And ideally, we don't take out $60. So anywhere in this zone really could be one. And since it's a monthly, it's going to take a lot of time. Now we see here that the median is at $74 exactly on the monthly. And I find that interesting because $74 is a big spot as shown on the daily. We really start losing $74 on a daily closure. This then could bleed into the monthly losing support, and then us really having a case of coming back down at minimum to $69.60, if not lower to the 38.2% at $65.41. And at that point, if we're now at $65, we're getting very close to breaking the structure of the uptrend that has now shifted. We want the higher low to confirm, with a higher high being breaking this high that was formed in November. But it's not going to be, this chart's telling me it's not going to be very easy. You can see here, if we go to the weekly now. Sorry, I got a call. My phone's on silent. If we go to the weekly here, let's just take a look. Kind of the reaction at this 74. I just want to look. Okay. So we lost it there, and then we went down to the weekly 9. Then here we started to lose it. This really was causing the rejection at 74 before we ended up coming to the bottom of the range. And then here, $69. Tried to hold before breaking out. So a tight range it's been in for a while, honestly, and it's been lots of chop. But for what I can see now, we really do just want, ideally, this weekly, ideally now we see the weekly EMA 100 hold. It's very basic to me. You have the monthly median right there. You have the EMA 100 on the weekly. We also have the SMA 200 right around that region. So that's telling us that, okay, $74 to $73 should be a big area of interest for bulls. But what we can see is when we start going to like the 2-day and the 5-day, you're really now on the verge of losing major support. So honestly, I'd actually prefer to see this low hold on the lower time frames. I know I was looking at the monthly higher low, but personally speaking, I'd actually want this low to hold. I'd want this low to hold. This is what took us up. Boom, shot up, the higher high. So yeah, I would actually be expecting a higher low somewhere around here. If we actually start coming back down, breaking essentially January 10th low, yeah, that's going to be confirmation that we're probably going to go to $69.70. And at that point, I mean, you're either going to hope for a major bounce there, or this is just going to be a major bull trap. It's not good though that the month is closing in 7 days and we're putting in a candle like this. It's looking massively rejective, and it seems like, yeah, once $74 gives, it's going to aggressively drop down. So for the hopium now is you're gauging that SMA 200. You kind of want this to be it. You want the SMA 200 to keep holding, right, above price or under price. Because whenever we start really getting above the SMA 200 and then losing it, that's what really sparks a major move down. Getting back above the SMA 200 and then losing it sparks a major move down. Should act as support. That's the point I'm trying to bring, and that is currently right at the region I was talking about. So how we can tie this into a nice present for bulls is your invalidation to me is 71.50. So you're looking for longs. Ideally, the long was at that daily SMA 200. You now need this to start moving up. If you don't see this start reclaiming $74, it's going to bleed into like the 2-day and the 5-day, leading to a bigger breakdown. You can see on the 2-day too, we're actually silver crossing freshly. So if, let's say, the daily holds $74, you could make an argument that we're going to rally up to that 75.20 level. That 75.20 level, even shown on the daily here, is where that daily EMA 9 is. But also you can see right around that zone is where the 2-day EMA 9 is, along with the EMA 100. That EMA 100 on the 2-day was holding price nicely. That's going to be the spot. So ideally now with the daily reclaiming above 74, as a bull, you're going to need this to basically get back above this rejection wick high. If we can get any daily closures above $76, that to me would solidify that, yeah, not only is this then looking like a major bottom, but it also could be confirming that the weekly higher lows in the weekly EMA 100 held. And then most importantly, we can say that the median is going to hold potentially. Or was that the monthly median? Yeah, right here. And that could just kind of guide our bias. As long as we are holding the monthly median, and above $74 into March, you could definitely see a nice move back up to, the 80s for sure. But that's assuming we hold above $74 and above the median. So that's all I have, really. You're just trying to now grind out a higher low. It's not going to be as clean as you can see with this monthly, but we're now at a very big spot where you're going to need to see bulls really get to work. Yeah, so watch today closely. You're basically watching today for a reclaim of $74. That then would put the daily on an SFP deviation, but then also would give the 2-day a nice reclaim, essentially. Once we reclaim $74 today, then you need to gauge for a move up to 75s. If we can get back above, call it $76 on a daily closure, it's going to look a lot better for HHH. If we just simply reject here, it's going to look like a simple 2-day silver cross rejection, meaning we already know the cross has occurred. We know that this move has came down, and we're at the edge now of breaking this overall higher low structure. If we end up, let's say, reclaiming this today, good confluence that we're probably going to go and test that EMA 9. We know on the daily that 75 region is pretty important. So you're going to have to watch carefully, because bears are going to try to reject us and get the deviation and then break down going to that SMA 200 on the 2-day. But if we can actually get back above $76 and hold above there, then that could give us the next move to wherever that median is, which is right now at $76.67. That'll be the big test though, because right there you would be gauging that EMA 100. And that EMA 100 has been a big spot for Triple H. So you kind of have a level here. It's level to level, in my opinion. And that's kind of trading does eliminate the fuckery, in my opinion. Meaning you have what looks like the trend is shifting and we're now in an uptrend, specifically on the monthly and the weekly. You have right here major support at $74, and you also have this major low here. So as a bull, you're going to be gauging here this low. So if you're taking any longs right here, your stop logically should be wherever this low is, right around $71.50. If the daily starts really losing $74 and in confluence losing the SMA 200, in my opinion, there'd be no reason to take this trade to the stop. Then should just close the trade, reopen it if we actually get a deviation again. But if we start really losing that SMA 200, as I've shown, big moves occurred down, and then this would just be nothing more than a major bull trap. Bull trap meaning we see the trend shifting. Bulls are getting horny. We got the higher low. If this falls and breaks and totally unsolidifies this uptrend, yeah, I mean, all the longs here hoping for this higher low are going to have to capitulate, and that's what price is most likely then going to go lower and actually hit the 70s to $69 region. Till then, though, you're really looking for, okay, we broke out, we came down, we formed this low, we then formed another high, so then this is the next major higher low, and now you're just simply gauging anywhere around here to kind of get some reaction. The monthly closing, though, will be kind of what is guiding our more macro bias, which is the daily holds 74. It gets back above 76. The monthly can get back above the monthly 9. And then this can just look nothing more than a monthly median tap, which hasn't occurred in 1, 2, 3, 4 months. So now this is the 5th month. We're finally getting the retest. Curious to see. When we actually got back above the monthly median and then tested it, what the reaction was. Let's see. Sometimes it's hard to find it. So we were under it. We broke above it, came down, and then lots of chops. That's not the best example because even here you see price was above it, but then it ended up opening below it. Here we see we reclaimed it. Yeah, another failed one. Doesn't really like to stay above its monthly median. Let me see here. It's so hard to see it. Here we go. The monthly reclaimed the median. Any retest of it here, and I guess that didn't hold. You can see once we lose the monthly median here and it didn't hold. So the idea was that, yeah, we were going to get that throwback here. It's going to hold the monthly median. It held here. But once we lost it, I mean, that is what just sparked 2 months of down, 3 months of down. Okay, interesting. God, it's okay. Yeah, there really isn't a lot of occurrences actually where this was above the monthly median and retested it after it was under it. Here we go. Here's a better example. So we were under that monthly median. We're all the way back in 2011. We reclaimed it, and then we came here. Price didn't test it for a while, and then we tested it there. Yeah, I don't even know what the point I'm bringing on. Honestly, this HHH hasn't really been above the monthly median in a long time. And usually when we get these retests, they haven't really been holding. At least that's just kind of what I've been noticing here. So big zone here, $74. You're going to want to see that hold. If we start losing $74, you start really losing that monthly median, and the daily starts really losing the SMA 200. Yeah, that'll be great confirmation that at very minimum, we're going to go to $69. And possibly here even go all the way, lower and maybe go all the way back to like 54s. That would be pretty bad. So the $74 is very important for bulls to hold. They are holding it slightly. It'll first start with the daily holding it. So let's see. And then ideally the daily can get expansion, pop us back above the blue zone. And then at that point, or maybe this shifts down, and then we can then gauge the daily 9. It's very simple. You want the daily 9 to get reclaimed though. And that's why I have it. Any daily closure above $76 would really start looking good for Triple H. But until then, this could be just in the midst of breaking down now. I mean, just been held down. Let's see. It's all going to depend on the $74. That's just kind of the point I'm trying to bring across. $74 is going to be a major spot. Even on the 12 hour, you can see just exactly where that 9 is. again, lots of chop here, but yeah, that's all I can really bring to the table with this is just watch $74. Have your invalidation be just here around 71.40s, and your idea is just this will hold, this SMA 200. This will pop us back above support. We consolidate a little bit and then maybe make a move up to the 2-day 9. Just a little concerning when you have a higher time frame silver cross, like a monthly. Yeah, like why am I saying month? Was it 2 month? The hell? Yeah, like a 2-month silver cross to the downside. Not many times. Actually, this is the only time in this chart's history you've seen that. So the trend shift is nice, but you need a higher low to confirm it. It's going to start with $74 holding. Let's see if that holds. And then ideally watch the daily 9. That's all I can really say here. If you start really going back under specifically 74 and losing SMA 200, really good chance we're going to go to $69. And at that point, we're now breaking this uptrend price action that we're forming. And then we have to look lower, which would then most likely be if we start losing $69. I mean, you can just see the reactions here. Anytime you lose that $69, it just pretty much leads to a lot of downside moves. Last one being here, where we lost that $69, and then price ended up dumping almost 20%. So it's going to be a big spot. Yeah, that's all I have. Really terrible chart, I will say. I don't appreciate anyone who brought that to my attention, because that's not a fun chart. Whatever. $74 is going to be important. You start losing that on a daily. Watch the SMA 200. If you lose the daily SMA 200, that'll be your confirmation that, okay, maybe then the monthly is actually turning into a bull trap. But until then, we're hoping the 74 holds. We then go to 76, reclaim that, and then we can make a move closer to the 80s. But yeah, we're just now at the press of losing 74. So just watch carefully.
God bless the Howard Hughes group.
Yeah, seriously.
It looks like the local bottom could be in on Bitcoin, hourly and 4 hour.
Hourly and 4 hour?
Yep, still perfect retest. This is across on the 4 hour.
Yeah.
Very nice to have hit the short TP1.
That was nice. I'm glad I put that right where we were talking about this morning, because
now maybe we can hit TP2 on the long. That'd be wonderful.
99.3 will be the big spot in my opinion. You get back above that 99.3 or on the index 99.6, really will open up the chances of us breaking all-time highs.
All righty, let's do it. Let's get the all-time highs. Let's get another setup ready. I'm fucking ready to go, baby.
Let's do all-time highs in this live stream. Everybody hit the buy button and we can get it.
Let's go. Vamos a ver rápido HHH. Lo voy a poner en temporalidad de 2 meses. Bueno, vamos a empezar con la trimestral rápido. Hay bastante historial en el precio. Viene desde el 2010 y pueden ver que desde el 2014 ha estado en una constante tendencia bajista, donde ha creado altos más bajos, por lo que la tendencia es bajista. Pero desde el 2020 ha estado creando bajos más altos, obviamente dándonos esta gran indecisión, porque simplemente está poniéndonos en pues exactamente para dónde va esto. No tenemos ningún setup de volatilidad en la mensual, pero vamos velozmente a la mensual. Un segundo. La mensual. En la mensual podemos ver acá básicamente la misma tendencia, pero ya más de cerca estamos creando altos más altos. Entonces, esta es la primera vez que tienes una combinación de bajos más altos y altos más altos en toda esta tabla. Entonces, la pregunta es, ok, ¿para dónde vamos? Arriba de este punto en 80-40, eso te va a dar una gran probabilidad de ir a buscar estos 96. Pero por ahora estás peleándote literalmente con todos tus promedios importantes. Estás por debajo del 21, del 34, del 9, etcétera. Y voy a poner el HPDR para que puedan ver también. Acá, lo chido es que acá está rebotando en la media. Y normalmente, y esto es Alex, algo que dijo Alex, cuando pierdes la media, caes brutalmente, pero cuando la ganas, que muy pocas veces la ha ganado, es cuando tienes este tipo de zampompazos hasta el 100%. Pero Por ahora, tu media está en los 73.06, que es un punto bastante importante para el precio. ¿Por qué? Cuando nos vamos acercando un poco más y verás, vamos a poner la de 2 semanas. En la de 2 semanas, esta zona de los 72.54, que es más o menos por ahí de los 73, si llegas a perderla, eso quiere decir que te vas a ir a buscar esta zona del 88.3% en $66 y eso no sería bueno. Lo que está intentando hacer el precio es intentando buscar que este mínimo en 71.52 sea un mínimo más bajo que el que sigue y este sea ya el mínimo en esta vela en 72.97, porque eso nos daría más postura alcista. Por ahora, la semanal también no nos dice nada. La volatilidad, por cierto, no nos está dando nada. Vemos el rechazo de la parte alta de la zona azul junto con el rechazo de la media y todos los promedios cayendo y aguantando por encima de 73.76, que una vez más, muy importante aguantar esta zona porque de perderla vas a ir a buscar barrer este mínimo y eso rompería la corta tendencia alcista que trae el precio. En la diaria estás justamente por encima del S&P 200, que es esta línea morada, y quieres quedarte por encima de. Esto te va a ayudar también a hacer un bajo más alto, si es que no ya lo has hecho, y poder aguantar el precio en los 74 va a ser muy importante, porque quieres aguantar el 50% y empezar a ir a buscar una entrada en la zona azul y de ahí a la media. Por ahora es bastante sencillo, honestamente. En esto es una gráfica con una gran cantidad de indecisión. Tienes un cruce plateado a la baja, tienes este zambelazo, además de estos de antes, lo que está volviendo el cruce plateado más débil, pero tienes básicamente la oportunidad de aguantar este S&P 200, romper todos tus promedios a la alza y poder tener un cierre por encima de 76.98 sería la primera señal de que esto se empieza a ver bien. Personalmente me gustaría barrer todos estos máximos en 77 y de ahí dar postura más alcista. Por ahora es más negativo que positivo, pero tu invalidación es bastante sencilla. Si fueras a abrir un long acá, tu invalidación sería esta, que está bastante cerca, de entre 73.97 a 72.97. No pinta mal la cosa, digamos. Y esa es básicamente la historia que tenemos en este momento en HHH. Alcistas siempre y cuando aguante esta zona, muy alcistas rompiendo los 77 para arriba y ya arriba de este máximo empiezas una vez más a buscar objetivos mucho más a la alza. Pero por ahora, esta es ¿cómo se dice? La tabla campeona de indecisión en toda la historia. Simplemente lo mismo y lo mismo a través de toda la historia de la tabla. All righty, we're ready. What's next?
Celsius. The shittiest energy drink on the planet.
Yes, sir. Yes, indeed. Are you right at Celsius?
CELH.
Got it. Thank you.
Alrighty. Let us, or actually the proper word, listo. So on the monthly on Celsius, it's in a very clear uptrend. You got highs, you got a higher low, you got a higher high, you got a higher low, got a higher high. What usually comes after the higher high is a higher low. Right now, this very likely could be our next higher low at the 100 EMA. It is a pretty nice higher low than this higher low at this point. The confirmation that's going to make this our next macro higher low is we need to make this a local bottom. The way to make this a local bottom is you have to close over this candle's high, which is at $35.83. Also lines up with us closing over this 55 EMA. You confirm this is our local bottom. Very likely you're going to get a move at a minimum to tap this 38.2%, which is at about $70, but likely a little bit more higher for this breakdown point, which lines up with about the 50% range on the PDR, which is about like $76.10. At this point, this is going to be make or break time where we're going to find out if we're going to go to new highs or not. Get probably even a tick above this high right here at $98.85. probably going to new all-time, significantly newer highs. But to make it more, if you're more conservative, you'd wait for a close. But even the tap would probably do it, and that'll likely take you to somewhere around the 88.3%, which right now that's where we find our last local high at as well before we got a pullback. Right now, the 88.3%, it's a little bit high. I'm not comfortable saying that number. I feel like it's going to move by the time that plays out. Right now, it's sitting at like $206. Just don't think it's going to go to $206. I feel like it's going to move, and it's probably going to move significantly. Like this time around, it was sitting at somewhere around like $345, and it moved down to 206. So it could move that much again. That was how much of a percent move? Like 40% down. So if it moves another 40% down, I'd put it somewhere around $120 range. That's a little bit more comfortable for me to say than $206, even though that's quite the move as well. That's like 4 times where we are right now. But it's still the you have not confirmed this is a local bottom until you get that close above $35.83. Right now, momentum is flipping up on the HPDR momentum, breaking out of the bearish control zone. Moment of volatility is flipping down. Usually gives you a target of hitting the median. Right now, median sitting at $53.70. That's a significant move. That is from here, like at 50% to the upside, more than 50%. That's crazy. And right now, the week monthly, I believe it is indeed putting in bullish divergence with momentum dropping below, or hidden bullish divergence with momentum dropping below all of these points, price making a higher low. And same number to confirm that hidden bullish divergence is the same number that would confirm this is a local bottom, which you love to see possible hidden bullish divergence off of this higher low. And that would be the same number of $35.83. Right now, the jewel is breaking into the critical zone and is starting to curve back around. On this next open, it likely shifts into white, and then from there, we would look for it to shift into a light blue. We only have the jewel breaking into the bearish control zone one time before. We didn't even get into the critical zone. Let's mark with a vertical line what happened when we broke out of the bearish control zone. We're just right now running a little bit of like an experiment because we haven't quite broken out of the bearish control zone yet. Not even that, we haven't even got a curve around yet, or the white neutral signal. We're just forecasting what would happen once we get that. And the difference between these 2 points is, notice momentum went significantly lower than it did right here in February of 2029. What was the price at that point? A lot lower than where it is now. That's a significant higher low. It was around $1 then, and now price is at $34.
30, yeah.
That's quite the hidden bullish divergence. And to confirm that, same number as before, $35.83. That gives you multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence. It gives it to you on the momentum, and it gives it to you on the jewel as well. But when we broke out, we haven't quite gotten this yet. We're just forecasting what will happen when we do. That gave us a move of first 2,878% to the upside, then a slight correction, which we were still up 935%, and then eventually a move of 7,977% to the upside. Just a small 7,977%. Just a small 70, 79, 78x on your money. Not too bad. Or no, is it 78 or 700? I'm retarded. I can't do the math.
It was 7,800%.
Yeah.
It would be 78x, right?
I believe so.
Yeah.
That's quite the return. How long did it take? Let's see. February of 2019 until about 5 years. 5 years to 79x your money doesn't seem too bad. And this is not even a shit coin.
Unbelievable.
But why? Their drinks are so shit. The one thing that you can say though is that their marketing is pretty good. Like, I don't know about you, I used to go to bodybuilding events, and they usually set up huge booths there where they give out free drinks to everybody.
I mean, it's terrible for you, but yeah, they've done it's like Gatorade, right? They're advertising in every single game. You see the Gatorade thing and people passing out the Gatorade bottles and there's just water inside of it.
Genius marketing. Imagine drinking a 300 calorie all sugar Gatorade to work out.
People, dude, we used to do that.
Right now on the 2-week, we are on the verge of getting a breakout. We've made our way back to this 38.2%, currently bouncing in this 200 SMA. Very close to getting close over that 38.2%. Last time we got a close over the 38.2% after making our way to the bottom was around here. Let's see how much of a move we got. 55% up. Then we got it here. 57% up. Very similar number. Let's see. We got it here. No, we got it here actually. 79% up. Okay, that was a little bit more. Nope. That was already above it. This is much bigger. This is about 685%. We'll just exclude that one. That seems a little wild. Closed above it here. 58%, very similar to that previous number. It's in the 50s basically every time. Closed above it here. 86%. So that's the higher end by 80%. And let's just do this last one. 386%. So let's take that 50% number from close above this area. Oops. So about 50% up would take us somewhere around this breakdown point at about $52, $53. And then if we take the 8, take the 80% number, brings us to about $62.50. That's exactly where you need to, where you would have to close over to get to break this previous lower high and take us towards somewhere around this 97.5%. And that is at that same number of $64. Very interesting how they all line up. Counterpoint though on to why that there is some bearish hopium here is that we do have a silver cross to the downside. We are above the 9 EMA, so the next place we should be looking for as resistance is this 21. And what gives it more confluence is that it's lined right up with this 100. Significance of that is if you close over this area, even it makes a significant probabilities that you're going to invalidate the silver cross, because you'd also be reclaiming the 100 EMA. And the 100 has been pretty significant, considering we front ran it right here on our last major low. Whenever we broke out, we came back to retest it, and then we really started to move to the upside. So reclaim would be pretty significant, and it would line up with closing over the 50% on the HPDR. Right now, momentum is pointed to the upside with volatility supporting it, and the jewel curving around within the critical zone, giving us a bicycle. Then we can mark last time around we got a bicycle within the critical zone. That's the first one, the one we have right now. Oops. Why is it not letting me? This is not going to be as powerful because this wasn't from the critical zone. Let's mark the ones from the critical zone as a red line so we know the difference. That's not red. If I didn't have enough lines before. There we go. Let's just end it off with this one. Buy signal in the critical zone right there. Switch that red. That's not red. Sitting right over there. So it did end up playing out, but there was a lot of chop. You end up dumping. Oh no, that's definitely a failure. 69.5%. And this one went down about 24% failure. Why is it not reverting back to my thing? It just sticks on the whatever I was on. This one played out. 596%. This one went down by about 22%, then went up 26%. This is a wash. This one from open went up 44%, quite respectable. This one was quite the decent one. From close, high, 2,463%. $408%. And from where we are right now, we got it right here. We dumped about 23%. Last time around, we dumped 22% before we pumped from there. So if you were to take from the open somewhere about 50%, that would bring you towards right around $50, right around this previous breakdown point. Anywhere, I'm not gonna bother with any of those ridiculous numbers because it's a little bit crazy. But if you were to apply that 400%, it would roughly take you to that $120-something area. Where that was the number where I was like, I could see this happening a lot more likely than I can see 200-something happening. Weekly is a pretty nice candle. It's one weekly candle is up 49, basically 50%. And the weekly is just. Oh no, it's Friday. My bad. I'm retarded. Weekly is closing. Momentum on the weekly is just about to break into the bullish control zone. Lines up with us breaking out of 38.2%. Volatility is now flipping up to support it. The jewel's giving a very nice signal where it's flipping back around. Pink is crossing above the yellow, and the light blue is just about to be above everything else. On this next weekly open, this should shift into light blue. Let's mark with a vertical line. We got the pink crossing above the yellow on the weekly. Not in this area, not really comparable. Right here is more comparable. Okay. I'm going to switch them back to yellow. The red ones are a little difficult to see. Okay. None lower. And there's one right there. Does anybody know how to make this thing not stick on the line after you've already put the line? I needed to go back to the regular pointer.
What do you mean stick on the line?
Like whenever I put one of these vertical lines and then I put the line down, it used to switch back to this. Now I have to click on it manually.
Yeah, that's just how it is for me. I wish it switched back.
I only use my keyboard. I know I memorized the the commands.
Yeah, I should do that, honestly.
Yeah,
it's the easiest. The only problem I have is with the marker, like the drawer.
I see.
This one, not the best. You went up about 12.5% and then dumped 56%. This one, a lot better. Open. About 150%. This one is a lot better. $596. This one literally got the bottom. 113%. This one I forgot to delete. So if we were to take 100 and let's just do 110% from here. Brings you to about $70, $69, $70. Also very interestingly enough, right around this breakdown point. And also taking you towards the 95%, towards the 97.5% on the HPDR, which would kind of go along with closing over the 38.2%. Not going to be a straight line. Very likely going to find some resistance somewhere around this point, which is around your 100 EMA. Probably rejects there, comes back down to the 200, and then taps that as support back towards that 95, 97.5%. Very unlikely you break beyond that point, though, as long as they're that high on the HPDR. Let's see. Oh, there is lower lows forming on the weekly, with momentum making higher lows, making possible bullish divergence as well. And that will confirm as long as we get a close over. To be more safe, let's use this one. And that would be $32.38. Close over that, we would get that hidden bullish divergence, and that would also give us more of a signal of hitting to somewhere around that $70 area. 5 days breaking momentum into the bullish control zone, volatility supporting it. Jewels giving us that same signal on the weekly. Pink is now crossing above the yellow. This is just about to give us the light blue. We're over 38.2%. Seems like a prime setup to hit that $70 area, and week 5 days as well is giving us possible bullish divergence. Sheesh, I guess the trick was just making a shitty energy drink. 2 days, the 2 day is also within the bullish control zone. Volatility supporting it, and on the 2 day, we're already getting the buy signal, and we're getting the pink. Oh my god!
Wow.
That is the most insane buy signal of all time. Let me see if I can find anything even remotely similar to this. Oops. Why does it keep doing that? Oh, I forgot to switch back. That's why. This is similar. Not nearly as powerful. Let's delete that one. This one. Very good. Now this was pink was already above the. It's comparable. The pink was already above the yellow. Not as powerful. No. Come on. You can't tell me this is the most bullish this thing has ever been. No. This one. Right there. Pretty close, but not quite the same. Let's just mark it off, I guess. Why are we not getting the same ones? They're just close, but not quite. Oh, okay, this one was it? No, it dropped below, then it crossed. I guess you could consider it maybe. Then none of them are as clear as the one that we have now. Did this one do it? Pink cross. Yep, did. This one is very similar, basically the same as what we have now. I think we have enough examples. Yeah, we've got enough examples. Come on. Price was low back then. Sheesh. So this one went up about 15% before going down, 33%. And then eventually it played out by how much? 569%. This one open high 45%. $97. So first up 15%, small correction would be down 3%, and then up 38%. $77. Getting some respectable numbers. This one, failure. Drop of about 24%. So from where we got it now, go up. We've went up about 28.82%. If we were to take it towards this 200 SMA, makes sense for this to be resistance point, especially since we're getting to 97% on the HPDR. It's about 93% to the upside, very similar to one of the previous moves that we had. And if we were to take one of those ridiculous numbers, takes us up towards that 120s, 130s. I don't feel like that's what's happening right now, though. Even if we are going to that area, it's more likely that it chops up and consolidates before it does that, because we're going to be getting to such extreme areas. I just love seeing this. I might screenshot this and print it out and put it on my wall. This jewel signal. Daily, however, is looking a little short-term local toppy, because we're getting to very extreme areas on the HPDR. We're getting over the 95%, towards the 97.5%, and now we're putting in a hanging mantle, a hanging can,
Hanging man.
Hanging man candle. I said hanging can. As long as we close this candle like this, what's more likely is that we're going to come back down to tap somewhere around this 100 EMA, possibly even lower to fill this gap. What lines up is that momentum is getting to 97%, almost 97%. Volatility is getting to almost 97%. So we're very likely getting a pullback from here. But if you look at the jewel is giving us a very nice signal where the pink is crossing above the yellow and the light blue is crossing above everything else, and it's getting out of the bearish control zone. Now it's crossing the bullish control zone. But it doesn't tell you can't get a pullback in between then. Oh, the daily just gave you that same signal the 2 days giving out. That's pretty nice. And you give it back right there. So this would have gave us a better example of how the 2 day would play out. But this doesn't tell us that we wouldn't get a pullback. So what we should be looking for if this candle closes like this, most bullish case scenario is it comes back down, and this was very hopium based as well, comes back down towards this $30 area at this 100, grinds out a bottom here, and then tries for the 200. But because we have that would still be at such extreme ranges on the HPDR, it's more likely to not play out, that it bounces right here, especially adding on to that we have a gap right here. What's more likely is that this grinds out for a little bit longer while these ranges step up. This 21 crosses above the 55, and then the 9 slowly rises, and that's where we probably retest our next local bottom, retesting the silver cross and sending us back up. And that's going to take several periods for this to play out. And they make sense since we're at over the 95%, that this would take several candle closures before the ranges can even step up. That it'll probably take somewhere around maybe 3 or 4 before the silver crosses, and then maybe around another 2 or 3 after that before the ranges step up. And by that time, the 9 EMA is going to slowly make its way up. Probably going to be somewhere around this $28 to maybe $29 area. Get a little bit of the sweep of that $30 area, retest that 9, reconfirm the silver cross, and then send it back up. And by that time, this 38.2% should rise up to where price action is. 4 hours giving us the exact same setup, but on this one we're above the 97.5%. We're putting in a massive hanging man candle, and momentum is at 98%, volatility is at 98%, and now the jewels getting pretty close to the critical zone, very, very local top area. Very likely we're going to get that pullback from here. And the 4 hours just about to fire off that silver cross. This 9 EMA probably does continue to rise, maybe somewhere around like $26 to possibly where this 5 and 200 are, around that $28 area. My bias is they go somewhere between $28, around $28. It's pretty close range, $26 to $28. Very likely it goes only $2 range, somewhere around there, and that's where you would be looking for as your next local bottom. And if these ranges don't step up though, and then you should be more on the defensive side around that $26, $28. Then you might go lower. But as long as these ranges step up while we're testing $28 to $26, high probability local bottom. Ding! Oh, did you? I forgot to mention. After tomorrow, you guys are probably not going to see me for like 6 to 9 weeks. RFK is shipping me off to fat camp.
Fucking idiot.
On the quarterly right now, we do have active bearish divergence. Pretty huge. How much of a move down do we get from this bearish divergence? 78%. Right now, this divergence is going to be active as long as we're closing below $35.83. Very, very interesting number if you guys remember that number.
Huh.
Close above there, you will invalidate that bearish divergence, and then guess what else is going to form? Momentum
Bullish.
dropped lower than these lows. Price is making a higher low, giving us a hidden bullish divergence, and the trend is still up. So the hidden divergence is going to be a lot more powerful than this bearish divergence. That's going to take us towards this critical zone. Right now, the critical zone is going back to that number that I was afraid to say at $253. Here's the last time we had hidden bullish divergence on the quarterly. $9,774%. Wow.
Barely moved.
So I guess 253 might not be that ridiculous then. This is a little bit of a head and shoulders. That would imply a head and shoulders failure move. Let's just see if for funsies what that head and shoulders failure move would be. This is going to be a pretty ridiculous of a number. Oops, I curved it. I'm so gay I can't even draw my trend line straight.
It's back to the top.
Yep, takes us right back towards that $100 area. Now we would confirm a failure of the inverse of the head and shoulders by getting a close above this shoulder high, which is also $35.83, and that would give us hidden bullish divergence. Then we and then we're very likely to start to get volatility expansion as well from somewhere around 30%. Pretty high. What do you call it? Explosive move from there. Last time we got volatility expansion from this area was once again off of that hidden bullish divergence. Monthly had bearish divergence, multiple drives, then we've invalidated it, and now we're forming. Did we go lower? We did indeed go lower. Price is higher low, giving us possible hidden bullish divergence, and that would be a third drive of hidden bullish divergence. We'd have to close over $35.83 to confirm that, and that takes us towards the critical zone. Right now, that's also in that same area. But actually, we probably don't go through the critical zone from there. Probably get a pullback first because we're sitting at 72% on volatility. So that would take us around 99.50, right around $100, which is our current highs. Likely gets a pullback from there. And then we'll see what this number goes to. Right now it's in 268. Maybe it moves down, maybe it moves up. 2-week right now is starting to populate drive bullish divergence within the critical bearish control zone. And right now that will confirm as long as we close above $30.27. Yeah, above $30.27. And with volatility as low as it is and momentum of around the neutral zone, we can pretty high likely get a target of the critical zone from there. And the critical zone right now sits at about $131. We'll see if this level goes down or not to go closer to that $100 number. But as right now, it's sitting at 130, 131. Weekly is as well as putting another drive of bullish divergence, and that would be 3 drives of bullish divergence on the weekly, as long as it closes above $30.27 again. And the weekly is already getting volatility expansion from around 5% on volatility. So we are getting a volatility setup now. We are at 35%. And putting in a third drive of bullish divergence, very high likelihood that we retest somewhere around these highs right here, or at this breakdown point right here, around like first $70, $73, and then from there, what lines up with that very close is the critical zone at 65.86. Then from there, you likely test highs at $100. 5 days, as well as the weekly, is putting in another drive of bullish divergence within the bearish control zone, volatility expansion from 0%. And just as the weekly, the jewel is starting to curve back around, giving us that neutral signal. If that bullish divergence confirms, it's going to be the same number as the weekly, which is about $30.27. Likely takes us up towards somewhere around $70, and then from correction there, and then towards 100. Lines up with the RSI target of about $65. 3-day already has confirmed mini drives of bullish divergence with volatility expansion. Although we are getting a little bit of a worrying candle right here, the way to get continuation on this this divergence would be to close above about $34.11. If you get that, then you're probably going to go straight towards somewhere around that $50 zone. Does it line up? Yeah, it lines up with our critical zone at $53.55. Low. Is it a lower low here or a higher low? Higher low. Price is at 22.34. And over here it's at 25. So we did go lower on the price. RSI made a higher low, giving us another possible drive of bullish divergence. And that will confirm, assuming we close above, we'll use this high, $32.38. Then we'd have more bullish divergences than I can count on the 2-day, likely giving us a target of somewhere around that $250. There's only a limit of how many I can count, and that goes to how many fingers are on my hand.
That's it. We're not using
No more than that.
calculators, abacus, writing it down.
What, do I look Chinese to you? Or Indian? Actually, it might. Hey, at least I'm not Indian. On the daily, we have confirmed bullish divergence. A little bit worrying factor, though, that the volatility is hitting 100%. It lines up with the idea that we probably get the pullback first before anything else, and that pullback target would be somewhere around $26 to $28. Kind of nothing when you think about it, but it is a stock.
Yeah.
For us as crypto bros, a $5 to $7 move is absolutely nothing. That's what we stay euphoric when we get a 5 to 7% pullback.
Yep.
Or $5 to $7 pullback. And now, so even if we were to get that pullback, the higher time frame divergence would still be active, and it will still give us a target of somewhere around $50. 4 hours also put in 3 drives of bullish divergence. 2 periods of 100% volatility, though, so unlikely that you get continuation from here. Much more likely you get your pullback first, test somewhere around this bullish control zone, and right now the bullish control zone sits at, actually no, you would probably test the edge of the critical zone by back because you're already in the critical zone. So that would be your first target, and that sits at $26.73. Very nice. Very bias fitting. Ding. Alrighty. Sombering information. Quarterly momentum is pointed down as long as we're below $81.80, while volatility is, however, contracting. Even if we got towards that 50 or the next level 75, quarterly volatility would still be down. The only hopium factor is that we are making hidden bullish divergence. So while momentum would be down, the momentum would be with the bulls because we'd have the hidden divergence. At that point, let's see where the projection is on this next candle. Right around the edge of the bearish control zone. So then this pivot likely does change on this next quarterly open. Because that would take us projected next to the bullish control zone. We'd have the divergence, and then this number probably changes. Yeah, we're already seeing it all happen on the monthly. We're monthly dropped into the critical zone. The pivot changed. Now we're gonna be flipping up as long as we close above $22.25. We're a good amount above that right now, and quarterly momentum dropped way below it did right here. I mean, monthly momentum dropped way below it did right here, but price action made a higher low, giving us possible bullish divergence. And same number to close above to confirm it, $35.83, which is the same divergence we had on the RSI. 2-week right now as well is pointed up. Volatility is trying to start expanding again, still below the moving average. 2-week is giving us hidden bullish divergence as well. Same number to confirm it, $35.83. And we're pointed up above $22.10. Weekly is now getting volatility expansion with momentum pointed up. Derp of life right here. Is there the bullish divergence on the weekly as well? Assuming we close over $35.83 with volatility expanding from like 5%. Let's see the last time we had the derp of life with volatility expansion. Right there. We got to move up of about 26%. Then we were still up about 2% on the pullback, 2.7%. Then we got to move of 103% to the upside after that last derp of life. Then this derp of life right here, double derp actually. Take it from this one. That was 139% to the upside. What made them make this massive reversal candle? Was there? Let me click on this. Latest updates. Oh, the acquired. I don't know if you guys have heard of Elani, but Elani knew their products are fucking awesome.
What are they?
They make like protein bars, protein shakes, like things like that. They taste amazing. The protein bars taste like candy bars.
That's pretty amazing.
So a terrible tasting company acquired a good tasting company, making the terrible tasting company go up. Nice strategy. And the Elani company sweetens their shit with honey.
That's smart.
On the 5-day, as well as momentum pointing up, giving us bullish divergence, derp of life, and we're pointed up above $24.66. Daily is pointing up, but then 2 days pointing up, and now you're getting to extremes on volatility, and we're going to be pointing up above $21.20. And we're getting bullish divergence here as well. 35.83 to confirm it. Daily 100% with momentum pointed up, derp of life, bullish divergence, and we're pointed up above $24. And the 4 hour is now getting on the edge, where this next hourly closure or this next close of 1 hour likely brings us the pivot to go up because we're getting into the critical zone. Right now, and it lines up with momentum at volatility at 2 periods of 100%. Right now, we are pointed up as long as we're above $30.18. Very, very likely that on this next open, though, this pivot does go up. Let's see what will give us that bias if we switch to the 2 hour. Yeah, that's already switching up as well, too, and telling us that, and it's at many periods of 100% volatility. So when you get that mean reversion, it expanded to the upside, likely to contract to the downside, and to fill this gap right around $26. and the pivot will flip up in the next hour if we close above $31.88. Dancing around that number. See if we can get a little bit more of a bias. This one is also on the edge, still technically to the upside though. And right now, if we can close in the next 3 minutes, bears can do it. Next 3 minutes, close below $32.88, that will flip down. Can the bears do it? Let's flip it a little bit.
They don't seem to be doing it.
Nah, they seem to be a little on the cuck side. Right now, on the 30-minute momentum is still up as well, above $32.04. Kind of looks like the bears are not going to be able to pull it off. Only time frame that I can find that you can slightly, or that's momentum is pointing down right now is the 15-minute. So it seems like the bears are not going to pull this off.
Nope. Also, the 15-minute chart. Get out of here.
That would give you like maybe a 10-cent move. Push it. Oh, the 6-month pivot is very interesting. That would give us right around that that second resistance point after the $50 area, $76.14. The quarterly as well is putting in possible hidden bullish divergence. So while the high time frames momentum is still technically pointed down, we are getting the move to the downside with volatility contracting, and we're getting possible hidden bullish divergences forming. And they would confirm if we close above $38.53, very close to that number. Right now, every single time frame below that has momentum pointing up, and it's pointing up in the low 20s, significantly over those areas. What's telling me that we probably get a pullback right now is that on the HPDR, we're getting to 95s, 97% ranges on the HPDR bands. Very unlikely we get continuation from there. We're getting momentum near 100% volatility, near 100%, making it highly likely we're going to get a pullback from there here to somewhere around $26 to $28. Then very likely the trend continues upwards towards somewhere around that $50 area where we'd have our bullish divergences. That getting any type of closure above that $50 zone will take you up to $75, $76. That would be the pivot of the 6 month. If you can close over that area, then you're probably not just going to new all-time highs, probably going to significantly all-time highs. And right now, those divergence targets are within somewhere in the mid 200s. Maybe it goes there. I'm biased that it doesn't. But right now, those divergences would tell you somewhere in the mid 200s.
Very, very nice. I'm going to just buy Celsius. The company,
sure
not the fucking.
Yeah, make sure not to get the shit drink.
Yeah, not at all. We had a friend that in Texas, she's all about fitness and whatnot. And it was like the only thing that she had, right? Like outside of all of her diet and all of her bullshit. She got like insane migraines. And she couldn't figure out what it was. And once she stopped drinking this shit, she stopped getting them. Can't remember what exactly made it, but something. I'm not saying everyone's going to get it, but she did. I don't drink any of that stuff.
Just be a man and drink illegal pre-workout.
That's it. So getting some cocaine before you go work out. Like, don't be a fucking pussy.
Be a man. Grow up.
All right, we're doing Ethereum and Tesla.
All right, I can
Which
do.
Would you like to do? I'll do Tesla.
All righty.
I'll be the Nazi.
You're used to it at this point. Thank you, sir. Ok, estamos viendo el gráfico de Celsius y tengo todos mis niveles por acá ya puestos, listos para todos ustedes. Lo primero que tenemos que notar es gráfico trimestral del pico en el 2024. Esto fue enero del 2024. ¿Dónde está el precio hoy? Estamos 66.86% abajo. ¿A dónde llegó mínimo? Casi fue fue en realidad un 78% a la baja, lo que dirías está en un mercado bajista, pero Celsius tiene cara que está empezando a crear estos bajos más altos y quiere empezar a consolidar para volver a regresar al tope. La razón por qué pensamos esto y además de lo que está haciendo el precio en estos momentos es, acaban de comprar una empresa que se encarga de súper buena calidad, que se encarga de hacer también cosas para el gimnasio, etcétera, lo que les está dando este boost. Y también, pues, todo lo que puedes ver en la tabla. En Básicamente en la trimestral, Momentum está apuntando para arriba por encima de los $35, lo mismo que nos daría, ya estamos en $33, está cotizando en $33, lo mismo que nos daría en $35 una divergencia alcista. La última vez que hubo una divergencia alcista en el precio de esto hizo básicamente todo lo que estás viendo para acá. Entonces, estamos esperando movimientos muy, muy, muy potentes de Celsius en esa situación. Puedes ver en nuestra tabla mensual, nos pudo aguantar el promedio del 100, lo habíamos medio perdido por tantito, pero lo volvimos a retomar y ahora estamos peleando con nuestro promedio del 55. Ahí es donde vamos a encontrar o hemos encontrado un poco de resistencia. Además, tienes volatilidad expandiendo y esa volatilidad expandiendo fue este bajón y ahora la volatilidad está yéndose de lado y el promedio está alcanzándola. Eso va a ser interesante seguir por acá. Vamos a poner rápido el HPDR. En el HPDR pueden ver básicamente lo sobre exhausto que está el movimiento. Ya estando acá tienes muy pocas probabilidades de continuar a la baja y mínimo por ahora tienes que ir a buscar esta media del canal que está en 53.70. Además, la parte de la zona azul en el 37.62. Así que es más o menos donde estamos viendo mover a esta cosa. No, iba a poner 2 semanas, no 2 meses, Alejandro. Bien. 2 semanas también teníamos el cruce plateado a la baja, que fue lo que nos llevó hasta el fondo. Ese fondo ahora encontró soporte en el SMA 200, el promedio del 200 en la de 2 semanas, y tuvo un movimiento explosivo entrando en la zona azul hasta la parte alta de la zona azul, que fue donde exactamente estamos siendo rechazados. Siempre y cuando estemos arriba de 28.16, la postura de las 2 semanas es bastante alcista y faltan 7 días y 4 horas para cerrar esta vela. Por acá tenemos un poco del movimiento contrario, volatilidad está expandiendo junto con el precio, al mismo tiempo expansión a la alza. Estamos por encima del 50%, estamos por encima de la zona azul, perdón, del 38.2% y nos está rechazando el 50%. Una vez más, estando por encima de la media en el 28.66 en la semanal y todavía quedan faltan solamente 3 horas y 25 minutos. Para el cierre, si estamos cerrando por encima de 32.83, vamos a tener excelentes probabilidades de ir a buscar estos $42 y esta siguiente línea meme en el próximo velazo. Vamos a acercar un poco a la diaria y en la diaria nos vamos a encontrar con nuestra amiga la volatilidad en 100%, no nada más volatilidad en 100%, pero con el HPDR también literalmente en este tipo de niveles, ya en el 97.5%. Acuérdate que en el 97.5% nos está diciendo que solamente existen 2.5% de probabilidades de continuar a buscar este EMA 200. ¿Y esto qué nos dice? Consolidación, carnal. Tranquilo, hay una buena consolidación por esta zona y eso muy probablemente sea lo que nos vaya a llevar a Valhalla juntos. Ahora, ¿qué es lo que es importante? Básicamente, para que tengamos continuación en todo eso, estamos buscando cerrar por encima de 35 las temporalidades altas. Altas. Una vez que cierras por encima de 35, divergencias alcistas en todo tipo de temporalidad se empiezan a dar y eso pone objetivos por ahí de los 50. Lo que nosotros pensamos va a ser Celsius por ahora es muy probablemente algo así. Podría hasta cerrar este gap, venir hasta los 26. Esta sería nuestra oportunidad de oro para agregar, si es que no, bueno, si estás agregando a tu posición, esta sería plan A en los 30 y pues plan B sería en donde estás ahorita, tal cual. Una vez encima de los 35, la fiesta se va a poner caliente, pero lo que nosotros pensamos es que por ahora mínimo un poco de esto en lo que bajan las bandas del HPDR diaria, en la de 2 días, etcétera, para después dar esa continuación y darle a esas divergencias alcistas lugar en todo sentido y en todos lados. Así que se ve bien Celsius, tiene cara que la mejor oportunidad de la historia va a ser en 25 o $26, esa zona. Poder aguantar va a ser muy importante para poder crear esos mínimos más altos, porque si pueden ver el gráfico, vienen desde acá, el 2022, está bien, pero obviamente nos gustaría que esto fuera más o menos algo como lo que habíamos notado antes, que no barriera estos mínimos, que aguante y continúe, ¿no? Creando bajos más altos, no importa cómo, a través de altas temporalidades. Así que ahí lo tienen, Celsius para todos ustedes. potente, se ve potente. All right, we're going to do Ethereum. Vamos a entrar a Ethereum con el buen Alex. A ver, ¿dónde mierdas? Aquí tengo el letrerito. There you go, señor.
Nice. Let me get off that. Let's go here. Sorry if you guys can hear the background noise, just the cleaning ladies. And let's see if we're rich or not. All right. So, we had a very impressive bounce on ETH BTC. And why I'm looking at ETH BTC first is whenever you're viewing an altcoin, you always want to gauge its Bitcoin pairing first, because if its Bitcoin pairing looks like shit, the price is going to perform like shit on its Tether pairing. It's very simple. And so, yeah, what we have is a nice bounce off support. I believe this was over a 20% bounce. Let's see. From that wick close, 17%, but from the wick high, 26% bounce. This is definitely impressive, but in the grand scheme of things, this really didn't do much for Ethereum bulls, actually. We made a major lower low, and that was a big point on this chart where, if we can't spring up and actually reclaim specifically that weekly EMA 9, it's just going to be more in bear territory, and that's kind of what's been happening. Last time we touched this, we dumped, we got a very impressive bounce, and then into the next week, we actually dumped into this again. Now taking out this last low, springing from here, that's the keyword, spring, and then we quickly got back above the weekly 9, and then from that point, it's kind of when, Ethereum actually started to do something. On this side, though, we have the spring, and we have the bounce into this week, or last week. We really never retested the zone or filled any of this wick out. Would have really liked to see that before going up and approaching that weekly 9, because now what we have is a major wick that showed buying pressure, but again, this kind of usually often does get filled, specifically when you look at it on the daily. Now, these major liquidity grabs, these wicks often do get filled, not all the way, but they do like to. And so now what we see is the weekly tried to rally up to the EMA 9, but now it's front running the rejection. Curious to see if we're just rejecting that EMA 5, basically. So you can see here, Ethereum versus Bitcoin's been so weak that it can't even reach its EMA 9 on the weekly for multiple weeks since we lost it here. It's just been solidly rejecting that weekly EMA 5, giving us more of a high probability of us at least going and testing the zone again, unfortunately. We see here this weekly is not really turning into anything good. And if we actually close below, I guess this wick low would confirm a breakdown to me at least back to 2315 in all honesty. But again, you should be gauging some kind of bounce zone. So maybe the hopium is we come down on ETH BTC, we hit the 88.3, we don't take out that low, and then we can move up into next week, actually maybe making a move closer to the weekly EMA 9. That way causing the slightest price divergence here and maybe getting some more bullish structure. Because if we just fall through here and take out this wick low, this wick low probably has a lot of liquidity, a lot of stops around here. I know if I was looking at this zone, I'm sure there's a lot of Ethereum maxis and people who like to trade alts looking at this zone. It was a nice trade up, but again, hasn't done anything to the overall trend. Weekly is still in a downtrend. You had a lower low, so it made sense to get some kind of bounce to get the lower highs, but as I showed here, those have just been basically, any rally has been muted from that EMA 5 on the weekly. Never a good sign. So, that's ETH BTC on the weekly. It just looks like it's on the verge right now. Confirmed once we close below this week's low, last week's low, essentially. Yikes. We see here the daily trying to hold above the median. Now today we're on the verge of losing that, while also even giving a volatility setup on the daily. Under 15% would do it. We can see even here we're on the verge of losing that 38.2%. So if we don't hold this zone right at 2695, it's going to then look like that's going to be the spark of us going down. 2695, I'm curious to see 2679. So again, it kind of ties into what I'm saying. If you start really seeing this weekly take out last week's low, you're going to run the risk of the daily really getting a breakdown here. So if you start taking out these lows here, it's most likely going to mean that we're going to come and make our way closer at least to 78.6%, if not lower. I mean, we see here on that dump, ETH did go up to the 97.5%. Now it's all the way down and it's at 2153. So if we did need to make a lower low, this region would be the spot, in my opinion. And then we could look at maybe a move back up, but yeah, not good, honestly. So that's the daily. Let's see if we can get any kind of hopium here. Hourly looks like it's in the process of breaking down. You see here that, specifically here, let me try to throw this off. The hourly EMA 100 was a good spot. It's you can't really see it that well because it blends in with the green, but I mean, losing that, it's not good. You would have been already cautious so at that, especially into this closing. I mean, it gave you essentially the retest, bearish retest came down, and now we're actually breaking down. Yeah, I mean, you're not going to get anything on the hourly HPDR, but still, it's not even the hourly. It looks like a deviation, bearish retest, and it's about to nuke, in my opinion. 4 hour looks awful with silver cross about to occur. You can see here the 4 hour EMA 100 held us down pretty nicely. And now we're even getting that breakdown confirmed with volatility spiking up. Again, just playing into the fact that the daily looks like it's on the verge of breaking down, and we're even seeing the lower time frames giving us that bearish momentum with volatility even confirming it. So not good. 12 hour here. The hopium was that we did get that 12 hour EMA 9 reclaim, but again, muted totally by that EMA 34, major rejection, and now we're again on the verge of breaking down on the 12 hour, which makes sense because the daily is as well. With the 4 hour going down and breaking down, and the hourly losing that zone I just showed, I mean, this definitely could bleed into the daily then breaking down fully, which means that we'd most likely come down to the 269 region, and then here's going to be a big decision. I do know Bybit lost a lot of Ethereum, around 1.2 billion, I think. That news is not bullish to me at all by any degree, measure, no matter how you look at it. Even if they recovered the ETH, the fact that they were able to get, I think it was their cold wallet or something, hacked, and they lost over $1 billion of Ethereum, tells me that that is extremely terrible business practices. That's super duper not good. And I honestly was surprised in the morning we didn't see price go down, but now it is. And so ETH not looking too good. And with what we know with the news, kind of does make sense that it's brewing a breakdown here now. Yeah, I mean,
it's also weird. What's the guy going to do with all that money? It's all on chain. Like you have to go through a process to make it USDT or to cash it into dollars. Like, what the fuck is this person going to do?
It's a great question. I don't know. I mean, you could. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, you can use mixers, I think. I don't even know what that is.
He should just move to Vietnam or Qatar or some shit and then transfer it to Tether.
But you can transfer it to whatever, but that's going to follow the trace, and then anyone can follow the trace to whatever wallet that cashes out any amount. That's why crime in crypto is the stupidest thing you can possibly do.
The government wouldn't really be able to do anything to them in Qatar.
In Qatar,
platforms could
if they were to just
but platforms, all platforms have rules.
Oh, they could do that.
All the wallets would be frozen. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. They could convert it to Bitcoin, and then nothing can stop them.
So they can I think mix their wallet addresses. Like that's what hackers do. That's why the government wanted to ban in a room.
But they found through mixers and all that shit, they keep finding the people at the end. Like it just takes them a little bit longer, but they still find them. You know what I mean? Like they did it with the 5 billion or whatever that couple. Remember the couple in New York?
Yeah, but nobody ever goes to Qatar. They just stay where they are because they're retarded. Just take your money and fucking run. If terrorists can live in Qatar, I'm pretty sure you can too without the government coming after you.
That's a good point.
That's not true. The government funds the terrorists, my friend.
If you were a billionaire, though, you could fund that too, though. You could be a terrorist yourself with that kind of money. That's an enormous amount of money. Liquid Bitcoin or liquid ETH, that's absolutely enormous amounts of money. You have to wonder, though. I mean, they could do. I know in China and places they literally just do over-the-counter transactions, like Here's
You can
some
do it in
ETH.
Mexico too, but it takes a lot. Like, for example, they you go to Mexico and there's people that show up with a briefcase and give you money. Like if you go with cryptos and say, I want to trade this for money, right? They can. But it costs like 20 or 30% of whatever you're doing, which is insane. And they know the restrictions, like the why you're doing it. So they have to know. They have to know, why can I just put this up front so that I know? So that means you're going to take a mega shit on the value, on the total value of whatever you're bringing in to cash out. This is what I'm saying. Decentralized bullshit. Oh, transfer it to Ethereum or Bitcoin and then sell the wallet. Like whoever's buying the wallet is not an idiot. He's not going to give you a one-to-one to your money. They're going to punish you for it. So no, it doesn't work. I just think it's stupid that you can steal today so much money when there's so many. There's just so much eyes on chain.
Yeah, and that's a good point. It's like, you want to sell, we know where you got this. We'll give you $100 million for your $1.3 billion.
Exactly. Which is still pretty good.
Yeah, they'll do it, of course.
I'll take $100 million.
I mean, from though $1 billion, that's an extraordinarily, that's humongous loss. That's crazy.
Yeah.
So yeah, who knows? Who really knows? It's curious because
Carl for 100.
Bybit is very, like, it is the second biggest crypto exchange. So this is pretty big news. I mean, that drop this morning, that is kind of just being underswept because prices go up, but yeah, not good. And
I think so too. Yeah, what you're saying.
The max pain scenario would be that this is it, and now we're gonna nuke actually. And the 12-hour baited longs this time, just like they baited shorts. You know, this is the risk, and that's all I'll say. So we'll get back to ETH, but let's go here. So yeah, ETH BTC is looking terrible. So now let's go and look at ETH USD, and hopefully this is looking better. Nope. It's on the verge of breaking down. I'm curious to see where the weekly is, because we've been focused on the weekly. Oh, not good. So the weekly here was not able to actually reclaim that EMA 100. That was a big point for me when we were looking here on that dump. I often said, when price can make a major pump up like this and go up all the way 23%, but right here is where we stopped. You have to really question that. You really do have to question that. Like, why? If we were able to pump over 20%, why weren't we able to hold support, reclaim that at least, and then get back above the EMA 100? Major bearish tone here. We see now that we are on basically the third week of us being under this channel. Very different from this scenario where we were bouncing, chopping, going up, bouncing, chopping. This is still very bearish, and we're even rejecting that weekly EMA 100. You know, this has a lot of implications for ETH now going back to $2,500. And then you have to question, with what we know with ETH BTC looking like it wants to fill some of this wick out, you have to really question if 2,500 is just the stopping point before going lower, possibly all the way down to $2,300. And if that $2,300 doesn't hold, that's kind of the last stand, in my opinion. If that doesn't hold, definitely going to look like we're going to at least $1,800 on ETH, which is pretty bad even for today's prices. But I mean, the fact that the monthly here is losing the 9, the fact that we also talked about here into this month, you want really this month to close above 2,500 too, because we see that monthly EMA 34 is sitting right around there as well. So if we end up dumping today and into this week, we approach these levels, you might run the risk of this monthly losing the 34. And then technically speaking, that would give you on a monthly target the next move to the 100, which is at $1,475. And this would be in a bear market now. But that hasn't occurred, and we're still holding above 2,500 for now. But with what we know on the daily looking this way, volatility is giving us a setup, and I'm curious to see how the 12-hour is. Now it's expanding. Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to wonder if we're about to see a major breakdown on Ethereum potentially, or hey, maybe bulls pull it together. But I mean, even the fact that we couldn't break this last wick high is kind of a concern to me. And that kind of gave an easy short. Now that I'm looking at that, actually, very tight stop here because you know exactly where you're wrong. Yeah, so I know the Academy did give a nice short today. Farn, what was the entry on that?
28.40.
Damn, that was good. And then the stop could have literally just been there. I mean, that is logical to me.
And
Wow, that was a good.
I completely even forgot about this short. One of the guys tagged me, and I was like, "Oh right, I posted an ETH short. It triggered."
Brilliant. Yeah, that was good. I mean, especially now if you're holding that short at this point, especially with this entry, I would see no reason not to slap this break even. And then you'd just be simply waiting for this daily to close. And your objective is to get any kind of daily close under 2,680. That way, then we can, ideally break away from here. Granted, there's a lot of chop in the zone, but with what we know with the 12-hour expanding now, the fact that the weekly is looking as bad as it is, you have to really wonder if this is on the verge now of breaking down. And it will start once we actually close under that 2,680 mark. Right? So we'd want this to close, and then we'd want the daily 9 to go more down. So then maybe into tomorrow or the weekend, we get a little move up, and then we reject, put in the bearish retest, and then nuke. Ideally, this will stay under it for 1 candle close here, and then 2, and then we'll nuke on the 3rd, maybe into Sunday. Would make sense to me. If not, maybe today we just start this. But no matter how you look at it, Ethereum's not really looking that bullish, and that's just how it is. I mean, even on this weekly here, terrible. Lost to 34, dumped, didn't really do much here on this dump. Once we started bouncing, what I mean. And then into this 2-week, just simple bearish retest of that 34. Now we're ready to nuke, in my opinion. Next objective visually is 2,300, which is right at that 2-week EMA 100. But again, if you're coming all the way down to here, with what we know with ETH BTC, I mean, you have to really wonder if we're just going to take out these lows here. That would be very bad for Ethereum, because I'm sure there's a lot of people long here. A lot of people long here. Caught the long, instantly up 20%. They definitely don't want to sell that. The only way to get those people out is dumping price. 2-month about to lose its EMA 9. Interesting. So just a massive bull trap in in this candle, basically. If we do lose that EMA 9, in my opinion.
And that's closing in 7 days, by the way.
Yeah, 7 days it's closing. So now it's relevant to talk about.
Yep.
Yikes. Yeah. Definitely losing the 5 already. So, yeah, I mean, no matter how you look at it, it seems like that this level here is very important. I mean, even viewing it on a 2-month would be ultimate bearish confirmation for me to get 2-month closings under here while losing that 9. That'd be good for bears. Because, it's like slightly did, slightly closed. Just all that really depends how you draw this too, just so you guys know. But yeah, I mean, that's then would mean for multiple months we've been holding this channel. So if we close under the zone, yeah, it just won't be good. The quarterly is not close. No, that's in a month. But even there, look at that. It's right around the same zone, which I just find interesting because visually it makes sense. I mean, it just has been working and holding and even rejecting. So this is telling me it's working well. And something to note, which is something we talked about in the beginning of this month, which I don't want us to forget, is we are reaching the end of this channel. If this is going to be true, you're going to see a major volatility move up or down soon. And that could mean possibly in the beginning of April, we are seeing the decision already done or it's going to happen. Because when you get to the end of this is where you end up getting the most volatility. And also you're confirming that with possibly the lowest monthly BBWP read ever recorded on Ethereum's history. For now, it's not, though. I'll say that, but it's getting very, very close. And this is what we were talking about. Possibly just some fuckery into this month for a breakdown into March with the monthly volatility confirming just that. Once this really starts to expand, we saw a last occurrence, which took us, very nicely up. So if this starts to expand while the monthly's losing the 9, we're losing this channel. The monthly median is still very above price. yeah, you have to really wonder then if ETH is going to collapse actually to the 1800s, if not to the $1,400 zone, if not lower. He never made a new all-time high this cycle, so that is concerning. And Bitcoin, yeah. And 2-week is already in the process of doing it, which has implications for the monthly. So really, honestly, in summary, you're going to want to see into the next 9 days, essentially for ETH to get back above specifically 2,700. It's going to be very important for Ethereum to hold that. And if we don't end up holding that $2,700 region, you're going to really greatly open the 2,500s. I'm not really convinced this is going to hold. And more so, I'd be looking at 2,300. 2,300 has been proven to us that that's a big spot. We also have that 2-week EMA 100 right around there. In confluence, I believe, with the monthly EMA 34. No, that's at 1,500. So that would just be already not good if you lost that. But for now, if we can hold above 2,700, yeah, like 2,700, then we can at least maybe possibly go up into March, reclaim that weekly EMA 100, hold, and then maybe make a move back up to the 3,000s. 3,000 will be a big zone. If you see ETH get back above, like, we'll just be conservative and call it that $3,266 mark. Really good chance that you might see this actually break out to the upside. Until then, though, this has a lot of bears are in total control here. This move is concerning to me because it didn't do anything to price, and that's just shown on the weekly. Anytime ETH looks like, oh, we're about to do something, rejected. And then here now it's rejected, and this is closing in 2 days. The way this candle is forming, this is really looking heavy to me. Yeah, and it just still is in the process of that weekly breakdown. I'm sure the 2-week too is. What about the monthly? God. Yeah, so the monthly is even in the process of breaking down this month. Yikes. So, I mean, that's it. You're really just clinging on to hope if you're Ethereum bull, especially with the news today. You're just hoping that short kind of ape in and this squeezes up. But especially with you below, February 17th low, it's just not a good sign. So, we'll see how today goes. Ideally, we do hold above that $2,700 mark. We'll even give bulls a little more leeway, like 2,690 would be okay. But I mean, if this doesn't hold that, then we really could start seeing ETH start breaking down to at very minimum $2,500. And that's just at minimum because, again, this is still not anything of importance to me, especially when you're not even closing the monthly yet. You very well in March could easily dump in and at least fill some of this wick out, which would mean that into March, ETH USD does end up dumping more, possibly to 2,300. So it's at a big spot now. I mean, we were hoping 2 weeks ago that ETH bulls were going to hold this zone, get back above the 2,700. They weren't. So we've just been solidly rejecting that. I'm very happy that Afaron gave an Academy short and it worked out well. Because now that's just instantly in beautiful profit while this is looking like it's on the verge of breaking down. So congrats if you took the ETH short. Watch these levels at 2,500 first. It's like $2,512. If that doesn't hold, great confluence. We're gonna go to 2,300. But if 2,500 doesn't hold, you're already going to be very concerned because that is right where the EMA 34 is. That's where basically Ethereum's been catching major support, is at that EMA 34. If you start losing that monthly EMA 34, I mean, this one wasn't as clear because we lost it in the middle of this dump. Let's see here. Yeah, so little price history here from 2018, but you can see here we lost the EMA 34 in the monthly, got the retest, and from that bearish retest, you went down a total of 64% on Ethereum. That's why this EMA 34 will be a very important spot to hold and actually get expansion from. Yeah, and then I mean, even here we lost it, tested it. I mean, that was at minimum 44%. Jeez. And I wish this would have lost it here. That would have been nice to measure that. But I could take it from here, actually. Lost it, put in the bearish retest. From that point, you went down 40%. So it seems like you go down 40 to 60% when you lose that monthly EMA 34 on ETH.
Just a small drop.
Just a tiny drop, yeah. I'm surprised there's not. Is there crosses here? Let's see. No, but the 2-week EMA 9 is about to cross the 21, possibly setting up for a silver cross down the line. No.
Here goes Bitcoin to that pivot point, Farhan.
Yeah, no crosses. Yikes. Yeah, Bitcoin's not good. Didn't hold the zone, rejected here perfectly. And now I mean, this isn't looking good at all, honestly. Yikes.
6 hours just closed right at the 21 EMA.
Well, it lost it. Check the index. Yeah, I lost it. 6 hour lost to 21. Yeah. Held the 34, that's the hopium. So maybe then you get a bounce back up. You'd make sense. You'd want to test this 9 now. So maybe you get a move up to like 97.3, maybe a wick to 97.8, but this isn't looking good.
It ended ever so slightly close below the median. So kind of looking like 95.8.
Mm-hmm. And that's the 95.5 zone is a big zone, because if we don't hold this on Bitcoin, it's going to confirm that, yeah, this was just a major bull trap. This was just terrible. Capo, I guess, was right, which is funny to say. I guess he did call a 100K move up. But now, I mean, you have volatility still not giving us any confirmation this is going to expand. Almost did, but didn't. It's looking kind of trappy to me. From that short trigger we gave, though, at 99.3.
Oh, dude, so fucking nice.
2.57%. So at least we gave that, at least. I think TP1 or TP2 is coming up soon. And if this doesn't hold, then I have the next TP at 84,000. Because if we don't hold 95.5, we're confirming to me this is the breakdown. This has held for a while now, multiple days. You had this almost breakdown, but not really. So if we don't hold 95.5, which is kind of my line in the sand, we're probably going to go back down. Obviously, we will look at the daily EMA 100, but then you have to question that. So
ETH is more than 6% down.
Yeah, that.
From entry.
Yeah. 96.8, I think, was the spot. Yeah. Already losing that now. You can see here, this was supposed to be the higher low. The fact that this just basically was another trap. And even the hourly, I don't think, was reclaiming that 9 once it got lost here. I was very close on the Discord of giving another short right here, having the stop right here. But I just didn't want to do that. It's too aggressive, in my opinion. But as long as that hourly 9 was rejecting, it just seemed more probable, especially with the news that we were going to go down. So nice. 95.5 seems next on Bitcoin. ETH is already in the process of breaking down now. Really terrible price.
It looks like it's going to go to TP2 on ETH.
4 hours already confirming it. You're already getting the breakdown. The hourly is already broken down. I'm curious to see, which means the 6 hour did then. So the 6 hours already in that confirmed breakdown with the 4 hour BBWP expanding. What is TP2? Is it around 2,500?
Yeah.
Oh, it's good confluence. Well, there you go. Seems like that's next, boys. If we get dailies here, potentially could open up another short idea. Wherever this goes, and then you just want to possibly, if it's going to be easy and bearish, get it on the retest here, and then ideally the 9 can move more down, confirming that. That would be nice, in my opinion. So we'll have to see and wait. And same on Bitcoin. If this 95.5 doesn't hold and we nuke down, you know, potentially could try to catch something here. What was major support should act as major resistance once it does get lost. And then I do think if what I do believe is going to happen happens, you know, once that volatility really starts to expand on the 12-hour, it could literally be like a tap and go scenario. That is what we saw when, you know, we had that Tokyo dump when me and Farn were in Asia. It just lost support, one tap after, and then mega nuked. So, yeah, interesting.
That'd be a phenomenal short.
That'd be fun. No chop. Got all the shorts out, so now there's no chop, and it's just straight to business.
Absolutely. All right. I'm going to do this quick so we can get into Tesla, because Tesla is a whole different beast. We've been looking at crypto a little bit. Vamos a ver Ethereum. Acuérdense, una cosa que acaba de pasar, acaban de hackear Bybit y Bybit acaba de perder todo su Ethereum, se llevaron todas sus monedas, pero dice Bybit que tiene suficiente liquidez para poder respaldar a todos los jugadores y además tienen también seguro y tienen un bridge loan y bla, 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 bla. Todo va a estar bien, es lo que dice Bybit. Puede que esto sea simplemente un dip o no, para irte long y con todo este FUD o el hecho de que esté aguantando el precio también. Esto lo hizo en FTX. By the way, FTX was kind of like this. In FTX, we all had like the, by the way, they don't have enough liquidity. And it went for a day, almost a day, where they were like, no, there's plenty of liquidity. And it was like, no, there's not. And then CZ did the tweet back and forth, all that shit. And a day later, that's when FTX fucking dumped. And I remember because I was talking to a couple of buddies in the NFT world, and they were all like, this is FUD, bud. It's not going to go down. It already happened. And then he just fucking everything mega nuked. So I'm just, stay alert. This could be like a major short for everyone that's on that short. This could be incredible. I mean, nothing has to play the same, but it did in the past. So
yeah. Good.
Just like the COVID dump where the technicals were bearish before we got the actual
COVID. Yeah, which is ridiculous. Either way, thank you. Estamos viendo Ethereum, lo estamos viendo en la semanal, pero lo voy a poner rápidamente en la trimestral para darnos una idea fuerte y clara. Pueden ver que el 2656 es una zona bastante importante en la trimestral porque de no poder cerrar por encima de esto en un mes y 11 días, esto se va a ir al mercado bajista. La única vez que lo hemos perdido es en mercados bajistas. Este fue el mercado alcista y ahora lo vas a perder una vez más. Lo ganaste por acá y lo perdiste acá empezando el mercado bajista. Así que 2656, una zona muy importante para Ethereum. Ethereum comparado con Bitcoin no ha logrado hacer altos más altos. Ha logrado hacer bajos más altos a través de todo este tiempo. Pero no nos está dando una postura completamente alcista, ni tampoco bajista, pero tiene más probabilidad bajista que alcista hasta ahora. Ahora, con eso dicho, vamos rápido a la mensual. La mensual es importante, cierran 7 días y 6 horas, al igual que la bimestral. En realidad vamos a poner la bimestral porque es importante esta también. Y pueden ver la gran vela de indecisión que fue esta. Y esta gran vela de indecisión nos tiene jugando por debajo del promedio del 9. El promedio del 9 en la bimestral está en 2,700. En 7 días y 6 horas de no cerrar por encima de 2,700, podríamos decir que esto muy probablemente se vaya a cocinar. Así que pongamos muchísima atención a estos niveles. Vamos a la mensual. Rápidamente para poder llegar a Tesla. En la mensual perdimos el 9, perdimos el 21 y ahora estamos rebotando en el 34 y es lo que queremos que aguante. 2,500 que está cerca de la zona del take profit 2 o 3 del short que tenemos en la academia de Ethereum, que lo agarró literalmente al tope. Así que felicidades a los que estén por adentro todavía en este short. ¿Qué estamos viendo en la mensual? En la mensual estamos viendo cómo una vez más perdimos el promedio del 9 y faltan 7 días, 6 horas para cerrar el 21 y el 34 va a ser nuestro último last dance. Si no aguanta el 34, que es también la parte baja de todos estos cierres, no se va a ver bien la cosa y muy probablemente el siguiente objetivo vaya a ser 2,185 por donde está esta línea meme, donde hay confluencia con el promedio del 55 y también con esta línea diagonal alcista. Voy a ponerles el HPDR también para que vean los niveles en donde está. Estamos perdiendo completamente la zona azul, lo pueden ver. Estamos cayendo el 38 al 50% y ya venimos al 61.8% en esta mensual, pero estando abajo del 21, de llegar a cerrar así, es casi garantizado irte a los 2185. Así que pongamos mucha atención, además de que volatilidad está preparando un cero potente, está por debajo del 15%, lo pueden ver por acá, preparando para lo que venga. Vamos a la de 2 semanas, damas y caballeros, 2 semanas en Ethereum. 2 semanas en Ethereum se ve absolutamente del nabo, estamos perdiendo la zona azul, olvídate solamente esto. Cuando perdimos la zona azul, después de este cierre, ¿qué tanto más bajamos? Bajamos otro 16%, simplemente perdiendo esta zona azul. De perder esta zona azul, digamos, acá, un 16% en donde nos pondría justamente por acá en los 2200, y eso es lo que habla bastante de volúmenes. También tenemos nuestro promedio del 100 en los 2300, va a ser una zona bastante importante para el precio, y ahorita pueden ver que la de 2 semanas está aguantando el promedio del 55, pero puede que, o sea, puede ser cosa de nada. No es esta vela, es esta vela verde que apenas si se ve. Y estamos por encima del promedio del 55. De perder una vez más los 2665 es donde empezamos a ver las cosas mal y se empiezan a ver bastante feas. Semanal estamos ya muy por debajo de la zona azul, lo pueden ver por acá. Estamos a punto de llegar a testar el promedio de los 200 que está abajo de los 2500 y estamos siendo rechazados por el 61.8% y nuestra línea meme en los 2832. Siguiente objetivo acá, una vez más, el 88.3%, más confluencia en los 2195 en esta zona. Además, tienes volatilidad expandiendo, pero ante una corrección. No está pasando absolutamente nada. Vamos a mantener un ojo por acá en esta volatilidad semanal. 5 días, tabla bastante importante. En nuestra opinión, 5 días está teniendo todos los rechazos del promedio del 100. Lo perdimos. Un rechazo, 2 rechazos, 3 rechazos. Este no lo llegó a tocar. Y ahora estamos intentando aguantar la zona del 61.8%. De perder los 2.669, siguiente parada va a ser muy probablemente los 2.358 y de no aguantar una vez más, 2.200 a 2.100. Diaria. Tenemos periodos de nula volatilidad, lo que nos dice que también algo se está calentando por acá. Estamos perdiendo, pueden ver el rechazo potente de la media. Este rechazo potente de la media nos puede llevar tranquilamente a la parte baja. Una vez más, 2617. ¿Cuántas veces hemos dicho que si perdemos 2660, 2650, 2640, 2600 en general, esto se va a turbonuclear para abajo? ¿Y cuál es el siguiente objetivo a la baja? No tenemos nada más que estas líneas memes. Por acá en los 2100, una vez más, 2150, es donde podríamos ver al precio de Ethereum dar una vuelta por acá. Entonces, para no hacerles el cuento largo y ponerlo tranquilo enfrente de todos ustedes sin hacerlos ver arcoíris, traemos cruce plateado a la baja, estamos retesteando la 9 y la 9 nos está rechazando. De llegar a perder esta estructura que está formando mínimos más altos, vamos a visitar los 2.300 primero, después los 2.200 y muy probablemente acabar en los 2.100. De ahí no aguantar, pues ya nos llevaríamos este mínimo y sería otra conversación completamente diferente. Pero por ahora quieres cerrar el sistema Ethereum, tienes que cerrar por arriba de 2.832. Si no puedes empezar ahí, no tiene nada de alcista esta cosa. Así que manténganlo, ténganlo en mente. No pinta bien para toda la gente que está dentro de nuestro short que mandamos en las señales. Felicidades y pues a seguir dándole, cabrones. Tenemos que 3 ganadores hoy, entre ayer y hoy. Nada mal. Farhan, we're ready for some Tesla, sir.
Alrighty then. Time to switch our screen to Germany. I'm gonna quickly hop out of Cancun for a second. Go into Europe. Right now, momentum is trying to flip down. It's right at the moving average, while volatility is contracting the entire time. Volatility is basically right at 15% now. The last time the volatility started expanding from anywhere near this area was on a massive mega dump in April of 2022. And when we started expanding on quarterly volatility at that point, we dumped 69.97% in price. Very beautiful number. As of right now, we are still above the moving average, so that hasn't been confirmed yet. The difference was when we expanded on volatility at that point, we were way below the moving average. As of this point, we're still up. And another key difference is back then we had a sell signal on the jewel. Right now we have a buy signal, which is the opposite, which makes it more likely that this volatility will expand to the upside. Not only do we have a buy signal, But we went lower here on the jewel and on momentum than we did in these areas here, while price was making a higher low, giving us possible hidden bullish divergence on the quarterly. Right now, it's not going to help you that much to know what number you'd have to close over to confirm it, because you'd have to close over all-time highs. So it's one of those things where to be bullish, you got to close over your all-time highs. But to confirm that hidden bullish divergence, you have to close over $488.54. Very, very likely then that sends you upward somewhere around minimum the 50% range on the HPDR. And right now, that's pretty ridiculous number. $1,000, is 1,067. It's like a 3x from where price is right now. Pretty wild. Let's see how much move we got last time that we got a buy signal on the jewel. Right now we just one on the buy signal. That'll be one right there. So from this candle's open towards the high, right. About 315%, a little bit of a correction, and then eventually 474% to the upside. Let's take from here. This candle's open. And this is due a cheeky 300% to the upside. It's around $1,500, $1,590. That's our 61.8% on the quarterly. I did not say we were going at $1,536, but you cannot quote that because I didn't say that.
What do you mean? I just
I gotta cover. I gotta cover my ass. That'd be funny if it actually does go to $1,500. That's about a 5x from here. It's 1.5 trillion. That put it at $7.5 trillion. A little quick maths on the back of my mind. Am I accurate on that? 1.5 times 5, 7.5. I'm gonna be real proud of myself.
5 times, yeah. It's very close.
Wow.
At least 6.5.
Wow.
Yeah.
Pat myself on the back. That was good maths. On the monthly right now, we are getting a pullback right now, which lines up with the monthly momentum breaking down, losing the bullish control zone, and volatility coming down at the same time. Right, as of right now, we are just below this 5 EMA, and if we lose this 5 EMA, high probability we're going to come back down and retest this 9, which lines right up with this top 38.2%. Highly likely that does happen, especially since momentum is still not at the reset zone yet, and volatility is still at somewhere around 47%. That would be a test of somewhere around $316 towards like maybe low $300 flat. Also, that lines up with the monthly losing the quarterly losing the median, which if you were to lose the median, that would bring you down to the 5 EMA at the minimum. And right now that 5 EMA lines up very closely with this 38.2%, putting you at somewhere at low $300 area, somewhere around $300 to $306. And if you notice that 38.2%, this 90 EMA are right around $311 to $310, very, very close to that area. Then you'd get your monthly momentum reset with a volatility reset, and you can try again. And right now, the jewel on the monthly is giving a pretty nice signal where you're getting a buy signal in the bullish control zone, and the pink is crossing above the yellow. But it doesn't mean that you can't get a pullback in between, because this is a very long-term setup. 2-week right now is losing the median, rejecting it, and getting a move down from it. Very likely brings you down towards somewhere around this 50%. I say the 50% because you're getting volatility expansion from 15%, where momentum is making its way towards the bearish control zone. And very likely at a minimum towards the 50%, which lines up with the 21 EMA at right around $309. Also in that same area. Weekly is now getting a breakdown, losing the 38.2% momentum in the bearish control zone with volatility support. And now the jewel is just about to have the pink cross below the yellow, and the dark blues losing the bullish control zone. From that type of a move, you would expect somewhere around the 88.3%, especially since we would have lost this 21 EMA. And right now, and that would also be sweeping these lows right here, where based off of this hammerhead candle, I'm guessing a lot of stop losses are in this region, taking us towards the 88.3% and right around like $310. And possibly in a worst case scenario where we're still bullish, I would say a move down to the 55 EMA at about 290. And keyword, if we're still bullish, because the worst case scenario is 0. So if we're still bullish, the worst case scenario would be a move down to like 290 and a bounce there. Five days giving the same set of signal as the weekly, where momentum is in the bearish control zone, volatility is expanding. On the 5 day, it's a little bit closer to crossing the pink below the yellow. 2 days now getting a flip back down on momentum after this lower high, and volatility is once again expanding. This is a live example of how it's highly likely you'll get a corrective move when volatility is contracting, but momentum is going up. Momentum is going up, volatility is going down. We got a perfect retest. Perfect retest of this bottom 38.2% rejection and follow through to the downside. And then once we got the actual follow through, momentum flipped back down and volatility flipped back up, giving us a target of somewhere around this 100 EMA. That 100 right now is at $303. A little bit of hopium right now is that the monthly momentum, daily momentum is starting to flip up with volatility support. And right now, volatility is expanding from 0%. We do, on the opposite hand, have a silver cross to the downside, and it confirmed right around here, where this could be seen as a retest of the 9, rejection of the 9, and follow through to the downside. The confirmation of that is if we lose this median, which is at $331. Highly likely that probably does happen, especially since we've already lost this 100 EMA. Very likely we lose this median, and that would give us another move down towards this the 78.6%. And the 78.6% likely makes it down to, because we're coming from almost basically 0% volatility because we had blue background. 78.6% right now sits at $298, right in between that 290 to 305. So four hours now on the verge of a breakdown as well, where momentum is breaking into the bearish control zone. Volatility is flipped up from almost 0%. The jewel is curving over, losing its buy signal, and now we're about to lose the 200 SMA. Lose that, very likely going to come down to somewhere around the 95% to the 97.5%, like it did right here. And right now that sits at about $312 to $305. Very biased figure. But elongated Musk my bias.
Get it elongated?
Get my Musk elongated. On the quarterly, we have active hidden bullish divergence as long as we're closing above $212.11. I feel like that's safe. And the next target, assuming we get a tick above, what is this? $439.74, basically going to $440, we'd have a target of the bullish control zone. Right now that sits at about, not that much higher, at $487. And then above there, with a close above that $487 point, then you can realistically target the critical zone, which right now it's at $1,346. Pretty high number. How much of a percentage is that from here? I'm going to have to zoom out. About 300% to the upside. Let's see how much of a move we got last time after we got the hidden bullish divergence. $2,000%, and then 3,900%. Now let's take it from when we got the buy signal on the jewel. We have that as well. We got it from here. Let's take this first, 109%, and then eventually 191%. So if we were to take 100%, 191% from here. No, wait, no. We got
$900, no?
It would be from here, since that's when it confirmed. right around $1,200.
Jesus.
Very close to this critical zone number of 1,346. So if the same move happens last time we got the bicycle and the jewel, it would take us very close to this 1,346 number. And maybe this number moves down and maybe it goes to 1,200. Or maybe it goes up. It could go up or down. Unironically, it actually could go up or down. Let's see. No divergence. Higher high, so no divergence. Nope. Weekly is forming hidden bullish divergence. Momentum dropped below all of these lows. Price is making a higher low. It's confirmed with a close above $420. Very beautiful number. And then we'd get volatility confirmed is expanding over the moving average, and you'd get a minimum target of the simple moving average. Right now, that sits at $528. From there, your next target would be the critical zone. And that is at $711. Beautiful number of 711. I like to shop at 7-Eleven.
You like to shop at a 7-Eleven. Thank you for coming.
Unfortunately, we have Mexicans that work at the ones here, not Indians.
Oh, yeah.
Not unfortunately, but only unfortunately on the point that you don't get to hear the funny accent. Although I'll take a Mexican over an Indian any day. Let me make sure to clarify. Let's see. We got inverse head and shoulders on this 5-day RSI. To get a close above, to confirm it, you'd have to close above $420. Very beautiful number. That'd give you a target of critical zone, which right now is at $655. No. Three days giving us possible hidden bullish divergence and many drives of it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 drives of hidden bullish divergence. And it's confirmed if we close above, what is that? If I believe it's 420 again. Yep, $420. You confirm that hidden bullish divergence. You get 2 targets off of that. First one would be the bullish control zone at 527, and then the critical zone at 924. Today has already confirmed multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence. Right now, continuation on that divergence is going to be, where's that lower high? $420 once again. That takes us towards about $700. Actually, probably the bullish control zone and then pull back because of how high volatility is. It's about 459, 460. And daily has an inverse head and shoulders as well. Confirmed above 367.34. That was targeted the bullish control zone, which right now is at about 463, right around our current all-time highs. All-time high right now is at 480 something, 488. And now the jewel on the daily is starting to fire back around, getting into the bullish control, getting almost out of the bearish control zone. See, the last time we did that was right over here. Get out of the bearish control zone on this red candle. After we got out, we got a move down of about 5.9%. Then it moved to the upside of about 36%, little correction, then 86% to the upside. So let's do that here. 36%, then 80%. Right there. 36% takes us to around $484, right around our current all-time highs. Then consolidation, let's do 80%. Just curious what number that would be. Right around 600 something bucks. That's 644. The critical zone is at 682. Very interesting. Four-hour on the opposite hand has hidden bearish divergence off of this lower high. Continuation of the divergence is going to be a close below $337.21, which we're right around the edge of right now. That would also be a loss of this 200 SMA. very likely giving you a test of this bearish control zone, which would be at $295. Very interesting, fits my bias once again, and that would be just right around the area where you would need to not invalidate this possible inverse head and shoulders. If you can hold that $295 to $300 area, then you get a close over 336.34 that would confirm this is an inverse head and shoulders and take you to the critical zone at 452. That would be quite the nice little move. You get an entry at $300, like right there, towards 450. It's like 50% to the upside. You don't even need leverage on that, but you can use it on BTCC.
That's right. That's fucking right.
If you're a real degenerate, 20x long, if that 50% move, and you just got like what? Can't do the math. 2,000%?
Something like that.
Watch me be so off on the math.
8 million%, to say that. So
That's correct. 8 million%. So now the quarterly is making a trend to the upside. I guess it always was in an uptrend. It never really flipped. It did right here, I guess. It made a lower low, then it ended up making a higher high, breaking this lower high. So now it is in an uptrend. And volatility is still above the moving average, still expanding. Last time we got volatility expansion on the quarterly was all the way down right over here. That was literally right before this mega pump. And we got a move up of... The move up was not fuck. It was 2,170% of the last time we got quarterly volatility expansion. And right now we are flipping up on our momentum on the quarterly, just like we were back then. But the difference is momentum dropped below where it did back then, much lower. That gives us possible hidden bullish divergence. And this is the same possible hidden bullish divergence we have on the RSI, which is also, once again, why you don't need to use two momentum indicators, because they both pointed it out for you. And right now, momentum is pointed up as long as you're above $308.50. If you can get above $439.74, that divergence will likely confirm, and that will send you up to probably somewhere around $700, to be honest. Because last time in the tests, sure, that's a 100% move from here. That's nowhere near the 2,000% move last time quarterly volatility started expanding momentum up. Monthly volatility is expanding from the lowest point that it's been since around, the only time it was lower was in April of 2019. Currently, momentum is on the edge of flipping to the downside, and it will flip down and reject the critical zone if we close below $397.90. Bulls got 7 days and 3 hours to close above $397.90. Last time momentum flipped down in the monthly was right around this point here, and we dumped about 38% from that point. Come on. Yeah, 38 to 40. What is that, 40? I can't get it. Yeah, 44.45% to the downside. The other time we flipped down on monthly was right here. Yeah. 34% to the downside. Right here we flipped down. The open to the downside wick, 33%. So if we were to flip down from here and minus 33%, that'd be quite worrying at that point, because you'd be at $260 retesting this breakout zone. This is going to be basically bulls last stand where they absolutely have to hold it, or this thing is going to break down pretty strongly. The hope is, though, in the next 7 days and 3 hours, they can close it over this number. Then it all will be nice in the world. We'll break into the critical zone. And the last time we did that freshly was right around this point, and then we got a very nice move up from there.
How many days you got to get to 400?
3 days, 7 days and 3 hours.
It's doable.
Let's see if the muskrat can do it. The South African Nazi.
That's right. Who would have thought?
If only we would have bet on Is Elon a Nazi? We would have made so much money.
Forget about trading.
You can bet on anything on nowadays on
I
online
know.
betting.
We're gonna do a elite betting academy.
Trademarked. Right now people are betting on whether Obama is cheating on his on Big Mike with Jennifer Aniston or not.
I know. I saw that. Honestly,
Seems
it's
like
so
he's
much
one.
more fun now.
Now, yeah, it's because online gambling got legalized.
Yeah.
On the 2 week, we're getting volatility contraction from 90s. And right now, this is only our first extreme. So we should be looking for a double extreme from here. Tesla likes to do the double extreme move. Right now, momentum is flipping down with volatility flipping down, losing the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed down below $454.50. Lines up with the idea of getting a pullback from here to somewhere around $290 to $305. Right now, momentum is dropping lower than where it was in all of these zones, with price action making a higher low, technically giving us a possible hidden bullish divergence. Weekly as well is still technically contracting on volatility, with momentum pointing down. Right now, it's projected to test somewhere around the edge of the bearish control zone of this next open, and it's going to be pointed down below $445.60. Same 5 days doing the same thing as the weekly with contracting volatility and momentum pointed down. Expected to test around the edge of the bearish control zone of the next open. It's going to be down below 439.20. 2 days now expanding on volatility with momentum starting to flip back up. And it will flip up in the next 2.5 hours if we close above $341.40, which we're dancing. We're like $1 above that number right now. And we are getting a derp of life, where if we close above this number, that derp of life will confirm. And that likely sends us up to retest somewhere around these highs, right around like $400. Last time we got that derp of life, we got a pretty massive pump to the upside. This time we got a pretty nice pump. This time we got a decent sized move. Every single time we've gotten it on the 2 day, we've gotten a pretty nice move. Every single time. So that if that does confirm, then likely we do get a little bit of a bounce before we go down to that $300 area. And the invalidation of the $300 move is if we get a close above $420, which would confirm many drives of bullish divergence across the board. Maybe if bulls or cucks, they'll close this 2 day with momentum flipping down, because we're only like 50 cents above it. Daily is getting volatility contraction. Was it 2 days? Well, no, 2 days while getting volatility expansion. So daily is now flipping to a contraction phase, and momentum is now, the pivot is now above where price action is. We will close down in 2 days, in 2 hours, flip momentum down if we close below $342.80. We're about $1 below that right now. So not looking the best, especially with how this top formation looks like. Kind of looks like another lower high before we go lower. Confirm it looking at this one. And this one kind of seals the deal for us. Where the 4 hours now starting to flip down on momentum. We are rejecting the bullish control zone, and we're going to be pointing down as long as we're below $358.50. So all of the higher time frames on Tesla are still bullish. The quarterly momentum is pointed up as long as we're above $308. It's also putting in hidden bullish divergence with volatility expansion. On the monthly, momentum is starting to flip down, and I believe we're getting volatility contraction as well. No, we're still getting volatility expansion, but momentum is starting to flip down, and we're starting to put in a little bit of possible bearish divergence. We have possible hidden bullish divergences as well. Either one could confirm. Right now, it's a little bit difficult to confirm the bearish divergence because we'd have to close below $212. We have the bullish divergence, a little bit easier to confirm. We'd have to close over $420. Right now, momentum is starting to, since it's flipping down, giving us high probability of coming down to reconnect with somewhere around that 5 EMA. And the 5 EMA right now sits at about $300, $304, $305, making that a very important zone. Like right now, what's likely to happen is that because the momentum is flipping down in the lower time frames, especially the 4 hour, switching to $458 or $358, what's likely to happen is that we're probably going to continue that correction from the monthly, going down to that monthly 5 around $305, maybe around $290. high probability we put in our next macro higher low there based off the quarterly setup, and then probably takes us up and confirms those bullish divergences. The divergences would have targets of somewhere in the 500s, then the 700s, and then the 1200s or 1300s actually.
Fucking swell. All righty. Well, you boys are done. I have a fucking call right now with a toy company for some reason.
Nice.
And yeah, just gonna do this. Anything else you boys like to add? Say, I know that Alex,
those kind of toys.
No, it's not those kind of toys. It's not adult toys.
Yeah,
it's toys for kids.
fuck.
And also adults, but kids also use them, so you're good.
Damn, I was gonna say to send me some.
Yeah, Alex, did you you sent a short right now?
Yeah, I sent 2, S&P 500 and Dow Jones. So we'll see next week. We get those bearish retests to fill our shorts.
All righty. So everyone stay alert on those alerts, basically. And thank you so much, boys.
Yep.
Good to see you.
You
I'll
as well.
see you.
Starters, muchachos.
All right. Talk to you soon. Vale, vamos a ver Tesla antes de que tenga mi llamada en estos minutos. Ok. Estamos viendo Tesla en la diaria y creo que es bastante sencillo entender lo que está pasando con Tesla, pero también es porque soy un clavado en esta tabla. Podemos ver que Tesla está en una postura alcista, bajos más altos más altos, por supuesto. También, esta es la trimestral, tenemos nuestro promedio del 9, los 277. Esta va a ser una zona bastante importante para el precio de Tesla. Yo pondría mis líneas memes tal cual acá, ¿ok? Eso es algo que valdría la pena hacer si no lo has hecho. Eso dicho, podemos ver que volatilidad estaba expandiendo, pero más o menos se volteó para abajo, entonces está simplemente dándonos este tipo de corrección, lo que parece ser una corrección. Vámonos a la mensual. Mensual, tenemos también nuestro promedio del 9 en los 312 y mi promedio del 5 en la mensual está en los 343. Estamos a punto de perder eso. Llegamos a perder el promedio del 5 en 7 días y 3 horas. Nuestra siguiente parada va a ser tranquilamente los 312, donde está nuestro promedio del 9. Voy a llevarlos también a decirles, acá teníamos la expansión de volatilidad, pero ahora se está yendo de lado ante esta corrección. Así que nada por ahí. 2 semanas tenemos ya por fin, perdimos el 9, tenemos el rechazo oficial y nuestro siguiente objetivo sería el 21, que está en los 313. De no aguantar el 313, esta línea va a ser tu siguiente punto. Y acá, esta línea es donde yo diría que vamos a poner la línea en la arena. También tienes contracción en volatilidad, estamos por debajo del promedio ya, oficialmente contrayendo. Semanal, pierdes el 9, intentas retomar el 21 porque también lo perdiste y te está rechazando y vas para abajo. Hasta ahora los 334 nos está aguantando. Esta es nuestra línea meme que está por acá. Ahora sí que siempre y cuando aguante, esto no pinta mal. Volatilidad está expandiendo, pero no oficialmente porque ni siquiera bajó a darnos un 0 para abajo el 15%, ni todavía está por encima del promedio, por lo que esto podría ser una corrección. Estas dos. Cinco días, caemos de la zona azul, rechazo el promedio del 9, rechazo el 21 y ahora estamos buscando el 78.6% que coincide con nuestra línea meme. Es muy probablemente la siguiente parada del precio. Diaria, y en todo esto no hay un setup de volatilidad para nada, ¿ok? Diaria tenemos un cruce plateado a la baja, cada retesteo de la 9 es una oportunidad de hacer un corto que ahora pueden en BTCC, y esta fue, sin lugar a dudas, una oportunidad perfecta para hacer un corto el día de hoy, 355 hasta donde estés. ¿Dónde tenemos nuestra media? Nuestra media está bajo el de nuestra línea meme en los 331. De no aguantar los 331, que es un alto más alto, de no aguantar los 331 acá, va hacia la parte baja de la zona azul, barriendo este alto más alto, y vas a tener que hacerlo por acá. Y eso es lo que nos da un poco de confluencia a lo que creemos que va a pasar, y también el promedio del S&P 200 en los 275. Voy a simplificarlo para todos ustedes. Básicamente, Tesla está logrando, bueno, está en una tendencia alcista. Es bastante obvia, ¿no? La pueden ver por acá. Déjenme ver una cosa rápido. No, ok, lo pondría así más bien. Ajá, ok. ¿Por qué la pongo así? Porque el primer punto de contacto son estas. Básicamente, perdiendo esta zona de los 335, tu siguiente objetivo se va a tener que quedar entre los 314 y los 269. De perder los 269, esta zona, vamos para abajo mucho más agresivamente. Personalmente no creo que vaya a ser el caso. Creemos que este vaya a ser nuestro bajo macro, que hagamos esto y vayamos a buscar un nuevo máximo histórico. Simplemente no va a ocurrir tan rápido, porque a fin de cuentas las temporalidades altas continúan con todo y acá es sencillo. Para tu primer punto, 334. Si quieres ser alcista, obviamente tienes que retomar tu promedio del 100, tu promedio del 9 y regresar a esta zona de 370. Para voltear la tabla alcista, tenemos que estar por encima de $420. Para voltear la bajista, tenemos que estar por debajo de esta línea verde. Así de fácil, en los $334. Eso, damas y caballeros, es Tesla. Y ahora, para todos los que me están preguntando de Rivian, que platique de Rivian, lo voy a hacer mañana. Tengo varias cosas que hacer en este momento. 1000 perdones. Semana ocupadona, 2, 3. Y después tengo que sacar a Vini a la playa. Entonces, muy ocupado. Les mando un fuerte abrazote. Gracias por estar aquí con nosotros en el Trading Academy. Ya saben que ahí tenemos nuestro Discord. Está en la descripción de abajo. BTCC, si quieres participar en el torneo de trading, es absolutamente gratis participar y tienes posibilidades de ganar esos 60,000 USDT. Bueno, la repartida de esos $60,000 que estamos regalando y básicamente ya. Cualquier cosa, aquí estamos. Les mando un abrazote, pórtense bien. Muchísimas gracias por todo.